Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
film.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the what round are we at? 5th round of the Sardinia Chess Festival, and we have some exciting games in store. 2 of the players with 4 points out of 4 are facing each other. That is Alexander Botez versus Alexander Becker. AB versus AB. And Andrea is facing a Norwegian. So good luck to her there. My name is Jon Ludvig Hammer. I'm here with Dina Belenkaya. And Dina, what are your expectations for this one?
Man, this is gonna be an important round. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jon Ludvig Hammer. In this round, Andrea really needs to strike back from all the negative thoughts that she had. It's an important day for her. But so it is for Alexandra, because she is the sole leader.
Well, she's not the sole leader, but she is one of very few players. I believe there are 3 players now who have 4 points out of 4. 2 of those are girls, and one of them is Alexandra. And here we go. Knight to f3. Sorry, that was knight to f3. This is Alexandra's board, right? Knight to f6. So all the prep has been ruined already on move 1. We prepared pawn to c4 because I found some games where he had done that. recently, and turns out we got that one wrong. Andrea Botez, on the other hand, she goes pawn to d4. And I wonder what move she's planning to go next, Dina.
Oh, don't you think she's gonna put her standard London here? You expect this knight to c3. I see you highlighting it. I don't think the Jabalan is gonna be the case.
You don't think so?
No, because
Do you think they broke up?
no, they would never. How could you think of that? I would suggest that Andrea is trying to play the prep that she had recently, the thing that she remembers the most, which was the prep that she had for her sister Alexandra just a round before, which was not the knight to c3 line.
Okay. I that's a bold prediction if you ask me, going against the Jabava London, but we'll see. Alexandra's opponent is playing quite passively, pawn to e3 against the King's Indian. White is locking in their own bishop. This bishop now does not have a future on this diagonal because of the pawn blocking its path. I guess White will go and try and fianchetto this bishop later on. But overall, I think Alexandra can already be quite happy with the opening, and she's just going to go bishop g7 and castle, and then try and build her pawns up in the middle of the board. We may have a very rare Alexandra Botez castling on move 4.
Man, that would be a dream come true. But you know what? I have to say that Alexandra have been improving on my watch so far. She has been castling more and more often, earlier and earlier with every single game.
Well, you can't get earlier than move 4. That is literally the earliest you can castle in the game of chess.
Well, you see, everything has come to a progress.
She doesn't leave a lot of room for improvement then, though.
Maybe she would be perfect. Your student would be perfect.
Okay, so pawn to b3 was played by Becker. So he is going for the fianchetto plan. But he's going with the fianchetto. So Alexandra has done some work on the fianchetto when White double fianchettos. But here, with the bishop coming to b2, I don't think we've really looked at anything like this previously. But castles, bishop b2, d6, bishop to e2, e5 is still this is a good way of playing for black. The idea is that if pawn takes pawn, then Alexandra can go bishop to knight to g4 and exploit the pressure she has down towards the white bishop, making sure that the white pawn cannot escape, and the white pawn will be captured on the next move. In Andrea's game, shocking. After d5, she has played knight to c3. And after knight f6, she goes bishop f4 and c6, played quickly by her opponent.
I do not believe my eyes. We do have Jabava London here. Hammer was right.
You're surprised I was right, or surprised that she played the Jabava?
I'm surprised you were right.
Okay, just checking.
Sure.
Did we just start? Yes, Savage. So tomorrow we're back to our normal scheduling, which is an hour earlier than this. but because they already played one game today, this fifth round is slightly later. Did you get some sleep during the break, Dina?
I tried, but my brain was so active that I think out of the 3 hours that we had, well, 2.5, I might have napped 30 minutes overall. I'm not sure. I will do my best. I have coffee. I have lots of tea. Hopefully the games will be exciting so that I can wake up for real, but you do what you gotta do sometimes.
Did you get any sleep? Asks Dize. I didn't actually even try
Oh, really?
because it's the middle of the day. I
Right.
opened the door a little bit and got some fresh air.
From the open door.
To my balcony, yeah.
Beautiful. You had a nice walk on your balcony.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, we're being told that Alex and her opponent, both who are up 4 out of 4, have performance rating of 2660 plus. That's a nice performance. We did discuss that with Hammer, saying that it's not really an objective performance, but it feels good. And sometimes you need that, especially after everything what happened in the previous tournaments.
And let's see if she can keep it up.
Yeah.
Alexandra has gone pawn to d5, which is not a very typical King's Indian move. But I have been trying to encourage her to put her pawns in the center against the Jabava London, and I feel like this may have influenced her on this occasion. It can never really be wrong to put your pawn in the center like this, but it is easier to play with a pawn one step forward because then your plan afterwards becomes a lot more obvious.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. But I'm here with you, Hammer. I cannot not be I cannot be unsatisfied with a move that takes the central pawn and puts it right where it belongs.
Yeah. She does, however, manage to postpone castling.
Ooh.
So we'll see now. She was so close to doing the quickest castling possible. We'll see if she now got distracted with pawns in the center and whether she ends up castling really at any point afterwards. In the meantime, Andrea's game is progressing quite quickly, but her opponent is playing very passively. He, too, like Alexandra's opponent, has blocked his own bishop in behind his own pawns. That isn't necessarily a big mistake, but then doing the same thing on the other side, very often, if you're gonna play this pawn to e6, you then want to do something like b6, bishop b7, like white here did b3 and bishop b2 on Alexandra's board. That's the classic way of playing. But when you combine the c6 move with the e6 move, the combination of all of these black pawns being on the light squares is that they just stand in the way of black's bishop. And then you could have been more aggressive with your other bishop, the kingside bishop, but no, he chooses just to move that bishop one step forward. And Andrea, she just develops normally, and black castles, and I'm expecting now Andrea to castle next.
I might have missed this or not, but did you guys got a chance to prepare for this game, you and Alex?
We had a 15-minute phone call just going over some plans. in
And
the King's Indian versus the English. And
oh,
well, let's just say that the current position on the board is definitely not the English.
well,
The
yeah,
English starts with pawn to c4, and this pawn hasn't even arrived at that square. So this doesn't really look like anything we studied, but it's fine. It's just a game of chess.
right. And Alexandra, as she was telling us in the interview just before, it all depends what kind of Alexandra you get to face, because there is a tilted Alexandra and there is a killer Alexandra. And in this tournament so far, we have seen the former. I think that was the word she used. So yeah, in the case of a second, it doesn't matter what's the opening. What matters is how Alexandra's gonna keep up with her pieces after.
Yeah, and
Which makes me think it actually applies to both on whatever she's tilted or she's in a beast mode. It all depends. Opening is important, but also what is important is what you do after, how you use your brain after.
Andrea's opponent keeps playing these fairly sensible but somewhat passive moves.
Really?
Once again, he's chosen not to try and activate his bishop out on the edge of the board, but instead the knight comes in towards the middle. And Andrea can now, if she chooses, push forward with her pawn in the center. But if she does this, there will just be a couple of trades, and then the black knight will chase the bishop back again. That being said, this is a reasonable position for white. It doesn't look like the Jabava London. In fact, it looks more like a French defense. But a version of the French defense where white has nice active pieces pointing in towards the center of the board. Andrea, she goes for an alternate plan. She moves her knight again, which is the reason why the Jabava London is bad, because you put your knight in front of your pawn. But it's very clear what she's intending to do next. She moved the knight so that her pawn may now contribute in towards the center of the board.
Yeah, I've seen Andrea do that before. Not
And her opponent is playing very quickly.
That's interesting.
And now he goes c5. And finally, black's position is starting to make sense. The playing that pawn one step forward was a waste of time, but he's corrected his mistake. And in the meantime, Andrea kind of wasted time with her maneuvering of the knight. Andrea very quickly goes c3. I'm so confused.
Well, c3 is a right move, no?
I assumed she wanted to go c4, no?
I think no. This Andrea did this already before. This is her. Andrea plays Jabava London in order to get to normal Jabava setup.
Normal
Don't-
London setup. 'Cause
sorry,
right now, if
normal London setup.
if the knight had been on d2, this would be quite a nice position for Andrea.
So
The only problem is that getting that knight to d2 is quite impossible. This would be very nice for her, because then the knight is controlling this e4 square, which is super important, and the knight would generally be well placed. But the knight on e2 is terribly placed, because where's this guy going?
see, Hammer, for Andrea, the main strategy in Jabava London is to transpose to the main Jabava and she thinks
What is
that
the main
knight e2.
Jabava?
Okay. I'll tell it differently. For Andrea Botez, the Jabava London is an improved version of Jabava because, or thanks to this knight on e2 that can jump on g3, that can jump on h5, that can jump on f6 and deliver a mate on h7. I can guarantee you that this is how she understands this opening. I've seen her do this in other games before. One of the
But
games
someone
that she
should
won.
tell her that this is not true then.
Do you want to be that person?
No. But we have Benzea for that. No.
Yeah, we've seen, I cannot remember, maybe chat, you can help me out, but there was a game in Fermentera where Andrea would do exact same thing, and we would say, why so passive? But then she would, maybe it was with Howell, but then she would like manage to win the game, and we would
But
compliment her.
unironically, Dina,
Yeah.
I think moving the knight, it would be better for Andrea to go knight d1 than going knight to e2.
Yeah, but first of all, Andrea
No
doesn't
kidding.
go backwards.
Like, no kidding. This would actually be quite a decent version of the London.
So first of all, she would never go backward, and secondly, in her mind, knight e2 is the power weapon of the Jabava London. Once again, one last time, getting this straight for Andrea, this is the main idea in Jabava London because it's an improved version of London.
Yeah, okay. This is going to be interesting.
You trust me, right? Because you know sometimes
No,
I'm good at reading.
what you're saying makes sense. And maybe I'm underestimating this knight's placement on g3. So after b3, b6, she has gone knight g3. Now I'm terrified about this bishop.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what game it is. It is her last win against an Italian tourist. Her last win against a guy in Fermentera. It was round 7, Chad. Do you remember round 7 Andrea won when her opponent blundered in one move, exchanged and resigned, and we were all in shock. Why did he resign? Why did the guy resign? Because
oh wow, and now it's gonna work out brilliantly, Dina. So in this position, I'm concerned about the bishop on f4. So I'm looking at something like knight to e8, trying to move my pawns up to go after the bishop. Apparently knight to e8 is terrible according to the engines.
You know why knight d8 is terrible? Sorry, Hammer. It's because
e4?
No, because you even if you put knight to b8 and then king to h8, there is no way you can put the bishop from e7 to h8 to the corner. So knight e8 is terrible because there is absolutely no chance.
There are legitimate reasons for putting the pieces on the back rank, Dina. It's not like obviously always bad.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm with you when you're trying to make a point with Alexandra. I'm with you, but here I'm more like I'm a grandmaster at chess. When I suggest going with the back with the knight, there's a very good reason for it. In this case, it was not a good reason. But anyway, pawn to c4 has been played, Dina. And we had this discussion yesterday. Yeah. In the previous game, Andrea had the white pieces. I suggested this pawn to c4 plan and said this is quite interesting for black because then you have a very clear idea what you want to do next. But in this situation, I gotta say, I don't like it very much for black because Andrea is now actually quite well placed with the knight on g3 to accomplish this pawn to e4 break in the center. Andrea does go bishop to c2. Her opponent is going to go b5. And now big decision for Andrea whether to play a3 or not. I'm going to say probably not. And you go e4, pushing up in the center. And if black continues on the queen side, we continue forward in the center. And these bishops and the knights in the general area of the Black King is going to be very, very scary to deal with.
Yeah, no, that's very beautifully said. If I may highlight for beginners, I actually love this example. We studied this. Chad, do you remember the top of the hill? After c4, the problem is that now for black, the top of the hill is the c4 pawn. And it is on the queen side. So the indicator for all the threats is going to be pushing the B and the A pawns. Whereas for white now, the top of the hill is the D4. So it's the indicator for pushing pawns E, F, and G, and H. And luckily, every time one pushes C4, we've seen it so many times, there is no pressure anymore on the D4. So you are free to push E pawn because no one can capture on D4 and open lines. So it's a great example for many of you. And usually I'm very critical of these C4 moves unless they're really, really justified.
I mean, I do think the benefit of this is that black has a very clear plan moving forward. But at the same time, Eyvind Jakobsen did not utilize this plan of pushing the pawn. And instead, he's trying to control in towards the middle with his bishop. But if that was his intention, then there was no need to shut down the position before doing that. And Andrea can now play. I like this move, queen to b1, because I would like to control this e4 square because I want to go pawn to e4. We can do that by playing queen to e2 and then try and push the pawn up. I feel like I had a reason. I wasn't that big of a fan of this, but now I don't remember. But I like queen to b1, which both controls the e4 square, but also kind of looks ahead or further towards the black pawn on h7 as well.
So maybe it's because queen e2 does not control the e4 square, and you can put the knight there.
Yeah, that's probably was what I was thinking, but on second thought, even if I do go queen to e2, knight to e4 is just not going to work for black because after the trade, white can do a double attack against the black pawns. So it wasn't even that important to prevent the black knight from moving forward.
Yeah, because of the tactical follow-up. Understood. I mean, once again, this is also great for us because now Andrea has a clear plan on attacking the king. And even though Andrea is a grandmaster at openings, after all, her instincts always look in the direction of the king. Like, let's be honest. She threw the game because she thought she was checkmating the game, the king in the endgame. So, sometimes your weaknesses, you should embrace your weaknesses and make them your strength. So that's great for us. It's going to be a natural plan for Andrea.
Dina.
What?
Andrea plays pawn to a4.
Oh, that's because she's a strategical girl. Because she prevents her opponent's plan. The unfortunate circumstance here is that it actually only helps black because after a6 and then in the future, let's say you do something like this, b5, it helps open the files. That being said, she did that only because she kind of learned the crab and because it worked well against Alexandra.
So you're to fault for this mistake.
Yeah, I am to fault, but at the same time, I don't think I still think it's a personal growth here. Yes, unfortunately, but these circumstances, this is a little bit not the best moment. But hey, out of 10 times that Andrea pushes the A pawn, 8 are gonna be correct. So I'm looking further here. I'm looking deeper. I think statistically and mathematically, Andrea is doing great job with her crab pawns, with her A pawn and H pawn pushes.
So to explain why I think that pawn here, mistake is maybe being a bit harsh, but the reason I think it's inaccurate is because there are some variations in the future where these black pawns make their way up the board. And my concern is that when she doesn't have the pawn controlling the b3 square anymore, I'm concerned. So something like, I guess queen here and you go e4.
I know what she wants, Hammer. I think she actually wants to, on b5, to play a5. And even if
Yeah,
you
that
get
would be
b4,
very interesting.
I'm pretty sure that's her idea. Actually, a5 is super strong here because it takes the space and it also takes away super important square for both knight and the queen. And if you don't do that, then the question is, how do you push the pawns? And now she already knows that the only plan of black is this. You know, that shows extreme level of maturity. That shows a lot of understanding of, because she clearly says, listen, chat, who do you think I am? I look at the pawn structure and I know that my opponent cannot do anything. So I have all my time in the world to push this, because by the time he's gonna push the queen side, I'll already retire from competitive chess. And now that I can play a4 and after a6 continue my plan, I can get an even improved version, you know, which by the time he opens the files, and good luck with his bishop, good luck with his knight, with his queen, I'm gonna dominate the whole board. How did that sound?
a5 is a very interesting move.
Yeah.
It would
I'm a
definitely
grandmaster.
justify the idea of going pawn to a4 to begin with.
Yeah.
But one thing I am concerned about this a5 plan of yours.
If
I mean,
they
I guess
play
you
a5,
can even go a5 here, but say h4.
yeah.
And then b5, a4, a5.
Mm-hmm.
And now if the pawn continues, this is the reason I was concerned about this guy leaving the a2 square. Since now the pawn is no longer guarding the b3 square, which means that black is threatening to just bury the white bishop alive. In order to avoid the bishop getting in trouble, I think we both, Dina, are expecting this bishop to a4. Right?
Yeah.
But now, after something like
Not
queen
sure
to
about that one.
c8,
Yeah.
well, I'm just thinking that this terrible bishop that black has given themselves, with all the pawns blocking the potential bishop's path, if the white bishop has to go up here, then that would present a very golden opportunity for the black bishop to try and trade with whites, which is strategically favorable.
Yes, I think for exactly that reasons, but not only just that, also the reasons that white should pursue their plan. Absolutely, I am not gonna move this bishop. In fact, I'm gonna continue preparing my attack, and after b3, I'm gonna put the bishop here. And okay, I can see the engine, I can hear the engine, but you know, my target is this, and I think this guy is a joker in Andrea's army, whereas obviously no way I'm letting you slide with this guy
Yeah,
on
that's
b7.
a very good argument in favor of that.
And, you know, even if you were to force me to play bishop a4 on something like queen c7 or queen c8, the moment you want to play bishop d7, I would say F you and take on d7. And the knight takes and let you live with this guy on b7 here.
Oh, I'm not sure I like that, Dina. Long term, I could potentially get this bishop out.
Right. With my pawn on h5.
I just don't think you have good enough light squared control.
Well, yeah, for those reasons, I will tell you that I'm an independent woman, and you are not to tell me where to put my bishop. So I will therefore keep it on b1. And that was a joke, obviously. Don't think I am trying to cause a fight here or suppose that you would ever force me to do anything.
Andrea has gone b4 instead.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, this could potentially be very, very good. If her opponent does not know the en passant rule, then Andrea's decision to place these pawns up in the center of the board will have prevented Black's main plan. If pawn to b5, pawn to a5, Black's position is miserable because he doesn't have this idea we were looking at earlier with the advancement of the black pawn further up White's queenside.
Man, yeah, so we're going to the direction if Andrea's 1700 rated opponent doesn't know the rule of 500 level en passant. Okay, let's try.
Well, to be fair, the rule of 500 level en passant is to always make en passant. And he didn't do it. He didn't take en passant, Dina. He went rook e8.
Oh my god.
Now Andrea is much better. That was a huge moment in the game. If Andrea's opponent had taken en passant, then after the recapture, the reason this is so problematic for Andrea is that it gives Black very easy access to the C file to put pressure down towards the white pawns. And this is why we were concerned. When Black then chooses to ignore the en passant rule, we are just very happy to have a blockade here. When our two pawns are opposing the opponent's two pawns with one line in between, what happens is that the position is completely shut down. If Black tries to go pawn forward to b5, so let's just make an attacking move over here. If Black tries to go pawn to b5, we say no to the trade and we close down the position, and then we can fully focus on this side of the board where we already have all of our pieces. And if Black instead tries to challenge our pawn in the different manner, then once again we can just move forward and make sure that the pawns remain on the board, keeping the position closed.
I mean, honestly, I'm so happy right now that I don't even want to ask you, Hammer, what on earth was she gonna do or
no, but you know that
after capturing.
No, but there's a meme that perfectly explains this. And I'm gonna ask chat now, or the quickest person in chat, to create this meme on my behalf. But you know that thing where it says like low IQ and you do this, and then medium IQ, you do that, and then high IQ, you do the same thing as the low IQ. It's one of those situations where, like, if you're just starting out in chess, anytime you can go en passant, you take en passant. And then when you're a grandmaster, you take en passant because it's the strategically right thing to do in very many of the en passant circumstances. But there's the people in the middle, the people who think they're good, but they're not good. They are like, oh no, just because I can do an en passant doesn't mean that I should. And I'm gonna avoid being like those weirdo low IQ people who just goes en passant because it's a legal move.
Man, I'm just trying to understand if you meant someone who thinks they're good but not good, if you were talking towards Andrea or her opponent or both.
I'd prefer not to answer that question.
You are damn right. You should not answer that question. Honestly, yeah. Okay, you know, chat, I need to learn how to let it go. So I'll try my best to let it go and just focus on the fact that right now we have the best situation possible. And there is absolutely no way, unless Andrea opens the files on purpose, there's no way Black can have any plan in this position. Andrea should really focus all her attention into smashing the opponent's king on the king side right now.
And that is gonna be her plan, I was gonna say. Dina, she goes b5. What is this positional version of Andrea? I'm so confused. She's genuinely had good opportunities to try and start an attack on the opposite flank. And she's still making like positional moves on the queen side. And I don't hate it.
Yeah, no, it's not bad, but it's yeah.
There's a general rule that you should not play on the side of the board where you are worse. And Andrea has now violated that rule 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's just.
Oh God. Okay, we got to talk about Alexandra too. Alexandra just played the ugliest move I've ever seen. Say what you wanted to say about Andrea, and then we'll go to Alexandra.
I mean, I would just repeat the same thing. Basically, this is why I truly, in my school, I always insist on basics. See, what is the most advanced pawn of Black? It's a c4 pawn. Which side is this pawn? Queen side. What does it mean? Black has the strongest chances to push here. Where is the most advanced pawn of White? d4. Even if it's like queen side, you can clearly see that the potential to move, because they have passive pawns here, is to push the pawn to e5. So therefore, this is just like many other games we've seen. This is the king side. So White should really be playing on that side. Now, technically, so far, after pushing the pawn to b5 for Andrea, this is still fine, but it's just one of those moments where you see the professor, oh my god, and he played, did he play a5? This is unreal. I think Hammer, I officially declare we're watching this is some surreal.
We're looking at some analysis, Dina.
Oh, okay, this is analysis. Okay. Yeah, no, he didn't play yet. Yeah, it's one of those moments when you have two professors who are just looking at what their students in the college do, and just there is this smoke out of their head, because it's like. Anyway, let's go to Alexandra.
Okay, Alexandra played knight to e4. Her idea was to open up for her bishop to point down on the opposing bishop, and then Alexandra's opponent was like, "Oh, you're gonna move your knight into the center, move your knight a second time, even though you still have undeveloped pieces. Oh, you're so cool, Alexandra. I'll do the same thing. I'll just do whatever you do." And then Alexandra, instead of being a sensible person and moving pawns to attack in towards the center of the board, she played f6.
Well, so this is the move you were referring to as really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I can explain. I can explain hammer. Yes, the rule says don't move twice the piece when you didn't finish the volume. You still have other pieces. The reason why Alexandra neglects it is because she thinks the position is closed, so therefore she has a luxury of taking her time and wasting tempi. And then she will always have time later. Of course, that can backfire, but maybe not today. F6, Ben Feingold never play F6. But Alexandra says, see this guy? This is a thief that broke into my house. So what are we gonna do? We gotta kick him. We gotta call the police. We're gonna offer him some cookies so that he becomes kind and just goes away. We need to find a way either to trade him or to change him. And that's what she does. Plus, in the future, she has the plan to push E5. This is not the first time that we see some basic strategical principles being ignored. This is not the last time. I think on the positive side, the position is objectively still fine for black. But yeah, Hammer, that's why you might need to have a conversation later.
Yeah. Yeah, no. This pawn is just blocking its own bishop. And anytime Alexandra wants that bishop to come back into the game, she has to go pawn to f5, but then she will have no pawns that can control the e5 square. So the knight just returns.
But what if her plan is to prepare e5? I think f5 would be a tremendous mistake. Let's do something like this. Bishop to f7. I mean, bishop f7, c6.
She doesn't even need to prepare it though, Dina, which is very
e5.
interesting. She can go e5 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, just as a plan. Like, I wasn't going down the road calculating this sacrifice that's apparently working. But what if it's her plan? I would be very disgusted to see e5 with the knight on b8 and the bishop on c8. I think it's way too risky to open up where your pieces are still at home. But
No, I kind of like it.
what?
I kind of like it.
What did you say? You just...
Yeah, no, I'm unpredictable. I keep everyone on their toes. No, okay, so I was not a fan of this f6 move, but if the idea is to go e5 immediately afterwards, she's kind of winning me over. Because this pawn cannot be captured, because after you capture back, you open up for your rook, and the knight is also putting pressure on the f2 square. So any capture here is just going to lead to some trades, and then the knight attacks both the rook and the queen, and the knight has the necessary protection of the rook down the f-file. Okay. And in general, I'm a big fan of putting pawns in the center, especially when your pawns are next to each other. That's the perfect placement for central pawns. And after castles... maybe she can go knight c6 to defend. That would be optimal. But even if she has to make the trade in the center, something like this should be very, very okay for black, because you just got your development easily. And if white tries to capture with a pawn in the center instead of the bishop, well, then you have a pawn that's blocking your bishop. And that's not great.
Yeah. Okay.
So but it's very dependent on her playing pawn to e5 next. If she doesn't do that, then this f6 move is a complete disaster.
Okay, may I? What if I play c6? You go short castle. I play... knight d7.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna go c4 at some point.
Yeah. I'll go e5 now.
And you didn't like the situation earlier?
No. I liked it. Okay. It's just tough for me to push it when without pieces, but I guess is here what helps is that white is also without pieces.
Yeah, it really helps that white has not put any pressure on the black center. If white had already played c4, then e5 just wouldn't be possible.
Yeah. Oh boy. So basically, Alexander's playing like an age engine this tournament. Got it.
Yeah, if it is engine-like to play ugly moves for concrete reasons, and that is, I guess, true. It very much depends on this next move, though. She really needs to go e5, otherwise this whole idea has been a disaster.
That's interesting. I see Andrea's opponent did not react after b5 and instead played knight to f8. Is that true?
Yeah.
All right. Well, she did get some space. We can acknowledge that on b5. She stopped the black's plan. Prophylactical thinking. You know, new Andrea Botez. It's not Andrea Botez. It's
And I still really like your plan, Dina, of pawn to h4.
Thank you. It's a Strategia Botez. Strategia Botez is now showing that she watches not just one side, but both sides of the boards.
Okay, Alexandra has played pawn to a5, so I'm officially a hater of this f6 thing.
Now Alexandra plays the crab. What's going on?
Apparently, you have a bigger influence than you thought, Dina.
Right. I mean, a5, h5.
No, but if she wanted to go a5, she could have done it here. There was no need to disturb. Like, a5 is not a bad move. It's just that the combination of moves is terrible. If she wanted to play f6, she needed to follow up with something very concrete afterwards. And if she wanted to go a5, then she could have just pushed this pawn first, and then you have all the time in the world to play pawn to f6 later on. But don't commit yourself that early.
Yeah.
She's a French player. She has to play f6. The funny thing is, I had a chat with Alexandra last week. She wanted to prepare a bit for this tournament. And we specifically talked about her inclination to go f6 in the French. And basically, I told her to chill out and not play f6 as often in the French.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You literally mentioned that.
Yeah.
Well, clearly she heard you.
Yeah, now she's not going f6 in the French, but any other opening is fair game.
Right. It actually took me a while to understand what the chatter who said Alexandra is French. She has to play f6. I almost was gonna go down the road that every Romanian is French at their heart, but then I realized the chatter was talking about the opening. That was a funny one. It actually got me. Congratulations.
You're not, you haven't been sitting through hour after hour after hour doing commentary on Alexandra playing the French.
That's true. That's true. That's correct. A huge respect on that one to Grandmaster Hama. Ah, boy. A5. Let's try to depict what was the idea behind. Maybe Alexandra wants to play e5 and then make the rook lift to f6 and then take on f2.
No, I mean she just doesn't realize the massiveness of putting this pawn in front of the bishop. I think she's just playing on as if nothing has happened, and she doesn't realize how momentous it is that she has blocked her own bishop out of the game.
Well, sometimes a 5 is a good weapon against c4, a4, and you kind of put the pressure on this because the rook is. But here it's not the case because the rook is protected by the bishop, and yeah, so it doesn't really help. In some other situation, it could. Like they cannot take, right, because of this. But she doesn't even threaten to push a3 because there's a knight and the bishop protecting. Again, I will admit, until as long as the position is closed, Alexandra doesn't really risk that much. She only risks once her opponent finds the right move. And clearly there is no yet concrete thing to do. So here, for instance, the best option would be, I mean, you have such deep moves as strategical c6 and e6 protecting the pawn, but you can also take and then strike back with e5.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this looks cool, but if she didn't play e5 when it was good, I don't know if she's gonna play e5 here where it's just messy.
Yeah. I think Alexandra's strategy is, once again, as she said, she thinks on her opponent's time and she plays quick, fast, and confident when it's her move to play. And I will be honest, I actually really admire this strategy. Alexandra indeed has a great, in my opinion, time management skill in life, but I also quite like what she does here. And you know, Hammer, whenever you say she should take more time, she should think more, she should like use her time a little bit better, she's slightly too fast. I always want to tell you, well, Hammer, even if she does take time, even if she thinks a little bit more, who says that she would find the right way? From my experience, it doesn't matter how much time you spend on the move. If you don't kind of understand or see it in the first, let's say, 5 minutes max, yeah, you won't likely find it. You'll just burn your time and then you still will do a mistake. It's just chess is so hard, and it's important to have some time left after move 30 for the last 10 moves because you usually lose the game because of the blunders that happen in the last 10 moves, and for that you do need time.
Yeah. No, I can see that perspective. Alexandra's opponent has castled. And I guess the only real point of this a5 move is to continue further forward and just make trades. Then we'll get something like this, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Alexandra hates to just make trades for no good reason. So I don't really understand why she would. Yeah, no, I need some good news in this game to get my
Okay.
enthusiasm back, because frankly, this pawn on f6, I've never been a big fan of the fine gold rules of chess.
Really?
No. Never
Really?
play f6 is not true. It's just as often a good move as it is a bad move, but in this circumstance, I think it's fair to say it was not just a bad move, it was a terrible move. And Alexandra has ruined her own bishop for no good reason.
All right. Can someone clip it and ship it to Mr. Feingold? Would really appreciate. Would love to hear his striking back. Actually, replying to the previous comment of you, I I will try to bring you good news. I think Alexandra's plan is absolutely not to change. As you said, I think her plan is she's treating her opponent just as she was treating her little sweet sister. She wants to get into their head and scare them and pretend that she wants to do something when in fact she doesn't want to do much. Putting the pawn on a4 for Alexandra is a sign of showing dominance, showing her claiming her ambition to win this game. I think it's just a fake. It's kind of a bluff, like when she plays poker.
Yeah,
No,
maybe. In the meantime, Andrea has played pawn to e4, and she has lost her pawn.
What? Okay, it's official. Andrea Botez got into a tilt phase. That explains why we could not understand or predict any of her last 5 moves.
Okay, I assume she's going knight to e5.
Maybe knight to e2, no? Knight to
Knight to
d2.
d2 would be terrible because then you can't defend this pawn.
Maybe she blundered this? I mean, for the first time in the history, Andrea plays strategically on the queen side. She plays in the center. She is like, I'm trying to play classical chess and not rush for the attack nor for the king, because you know what happens in the attack. I get tempted. I sacrifice the knights, and that doesn't work. So today I'm gonna play like Petrosian. And then she's like, oh, 95. Maybe, yeah, she just tried to play like her great grandparents, Botvinnik and Petrosian and, you know, Spassky, Akiba Rubinstein, and just blundered this thing. Okay, imagine if you didn't have that, well, you would have many other options. Man, why is this so good? Because you pick, because you play even queen, like even doing nothing. This is so okay. I woke up. Sorry, Hammer. I'm very sorry. I woke up. I don't want to torture you. Okay, everybody. E4 is a very big strategical mistake because you resurrect this little boy who has been buried for the last 2,000 years. You bring him back to life. That was literally the worst piece of your opponent. And after e4, you make
But both
him
of us wanted
great.
her to go e4 earlier.
True, but when that was prepared, right?
Well, back when this pawn was still on b2, and this pawn chain was defending each other up the board. So I think the fact that she pushed this pawn forward has made pawn to e4 less attractive because of then the knight having some pressure towards the c3 pawn.
Yeah, it feels like slightly a little bit too rush, right? Just a little bit more patience, right? Just a little bit more patience. And that would be it.
And now Andrea's down a pawn. She can go knight to e5. But then part of the problem is this knight to g6. attacking the bishop, but also attacking the knight.
Yeah.
So that when the bishop moves, black can just capture if they want to. And then start maneuvering knights towards the d3 square. Yeah. It's not looking great. She did go knight to e5. The good news is that her opponent hasn't been super convincing yet. He's played a couple of pretty passive moves all around. So it's going to be interesting now that Andrea has started some kind of a capture sequence, whether her opponent can keep up with all the captures available or if he's stuck in more of a maneuvering state of mind, which is clearly what he was when he moved his rook so that he gave space for his knight so that the knight can go to g6. Damn it. His plan of the maneuvering is to go with the knight to the square where the knight is well placed and making sure that it can capture either the white knight or the white bishop on the next move. So unfortunately, even if he's stuck in his maneuvering, he'll still go for the right move because that is the next logical step in black's position.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where we discussed this many times. One of those moments where even if you're not having intentions, you were just forced to do the right move because of the position. Man, there is this comment that cracked me up. It's just so funny. But okay, not gonna say it. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, and Hammer, I have very, very good feeling that doesn't matter how weirdly Andrea plays here, she's still gonna win because she's gonna be more confident than her opponent. And as you said, Hammer, he hasn't been convincing. I'm pretty sure that he's gonna surprise us even more. So I'm still on very positive aura here.
Okay. Well, let's see how it goes. Alexandra is under pressure now in the center. I think the only move that can justify her play is to try and get this bishop developed now with bishop to e6 and do the plan Dina mentioned earlier with putting the bishop to the f7 square, because then at least we're going to have some pressure in towards these opposing pawns. But anything like pawn to e6, for instance, feels very passive to me. And then we're kind of locking our own bishop in behind our own pawns. So I'm not a huge fan of that. I'd rather than have the bishop hide down to this f7 square.
I remember. Yeah, that was a cute little plan I had in my. You know what, Hammer? As long as she develops all her minor pieces, what else? What more should we dream of?
Yeah, I guess that's fine. She can go, even if she does go e6, she can then go maybe b6 and try and get her bishop out here and her knight here, and she'll have to play f5 at some point. In general, Alexandra should be fine as long as she doesn't do anything crazy. But you never know with these girls.
It's gonna be fine. Trust me.
I need to make some more tea, Dina. Can you hold down the fort?
You sure you don't want mine? Okay, fine, go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I should stop offering him my tea. I feel like this is an old joke. Okay. Chat. Hello. Welcome. I think it's actually a perfect moment for me to remind everybody the sponsor of our event. You guys might know it already by now, but this particular one, we have partnered with Coinbase. Coinbase is your best way to stock and trade crypto. We have insane budget for giveaways for this show. $20,000 in cryptocurrency are given away throughout the whole show. Every round, we have minimum $1,000 prize. But so far, Alexandra is on the winning strike, has been guaranteeing us extra 3 prizes of 500s each, meaning $2,500 are given away every round. Do please consider, actually, yes, consider using the command raffle and Coinbase and participate in the giveaway. All you need to know is to fill in the form in the Google Doc. Use the same email address you already have used when signing up. And at the very least, claim your $20 discount, $20 off by using the command BOTEZ20. We definitely are gonna have 2,500 giveaway in today because Alexandra has won her game. Not just she won her game in the round 4 earlier today, but she also won it with 2 hours, which is like absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Alexandra is on fire in this tournament, so that's why I have believe in her. She's gonna win today, just like she did in all the other games. Hammer, in fact, even suggested that. Could that be so that Alexandra is playing her best tournament ever? What do you think, chat? Do you think it can be true? Alexandra is on the winning streak. I do believe she's actually having one of her best tournaments so far. And that's so pleasant to see. I can admit I'm slightly worried for Andrea, but that's because, yeah, she had a big frustration from the early round today. She shouldn't have, because she has been playing her best chess ever. She has played a rook endgame like a grandmaster earlier today. But for Andrea, the result is more important than the quality of her moves. So that's why she is playing in a slightly hectic way here this game. It is because she's quite frustrated, a little bit angry, and she's trying to kind of win fast, I would say. A little bit mad at everybody, including herself. So the problem is that this attitude can backfire. It affects your ability to think clearly, to be objective. But luckily, her opponent isn't the strongest participant of the tournament, Jacobson. So hopefully it's gonna be all fine. Andrea, yeah. Man. Up And here he is, the gentleman himself. What did Alexandra's opponent play by chat? If you can see it. I'm not sure I can see it.
I'm gonna need some positivity from you, Dina.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of sad right now.
With both or only with Andrea?
Both.
Okay, what are you sad about with Alexandra?
She played her pawn in front of her freaking bishop. Completely unnecessarily. Like, if we had in this position, she could have gone a5 and then c6. There was absolutely no reason to go f6 that early. If she wanted to go f6 later, I mean, maybe. But why do it so early? All these moves would have been fine to do first. And then if you decide I'm going to destroy my position afterwards, then, you know, you're fine to do that. But
I see where you're going.
I don't see why she's playing f6 without following it up with anything concrete. Because if she didn't have a concrete idea in mind, then she might as well just have delayed it and played f6 later on.
Yeah. I'll tell you. Sometimes it happens so in chess that you have an idea and then next move you decide that your idea was bad. So you change the idea.
Do you even believe what you're saying? Or are you just making stuff up to kind of justify Andrea's decisions? No, sorry, Alexandra's.
Yeah, Alexandra's is this case. I mean, I'm trying to give the best out of myself, you know? It's like literally, I don't think she had an idea to push e5, but maybe she told herself, maybe later I can also push e5. There is one thing that is good, and we cannot close our eyes on this. Alexandra had her opponent's piece in her territory. She needed to claim the property to that territory. She said, this part of the board is mine. Okay? Don't you dare. Everything after 5th rank is mine. Don't you dare. Get the heck out of here. And then she said, okay, fine. Now that I am claiming the property here with the knight on e4, and now that I have the control of all this, I can do whatever I want.
I can do whatever I want.
Look at this. She's claiming she's just claiming dominance. She's showing that the chessboard belongs to her.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there was a chatter who was spot on. There was a chatter who said, Hammers, like, why don't they just play winning chess? And I think that's my mood right now. Why not just play good moves?
I like the other chatter who said caffeine hit hard. Okay, that was one of the funniest jokes that cracked me on the street.
It's a powerful drug. What can I say?
One of those moments when a chatter really cracks me up. Congratulations to the person who typed that. I think it was in caps. You have a great sense of humor. Okay. I think we're fine here, Hammer. I think we are fine. I think, if anything, I had hope that by treating Alexandra in a disrespectful way and mocking and trolling on her putting the knight on b8 against Andrea, she would actually take the best out of that situation and kind of decide, okay, developing my pieces is gonna be my priority from now on. But I don't think it worked. So again, I don't think I'm in the position to give lessons. So maybe you, Hammer, I think. But it is a conversation that needs to happen, objectively speaking, not just with Alexandra, but also with every one of you watching this video, this live stream. I mean, we need to get it straight once and for all. Just knowing that pieces should be developed is not enough. You also need to do it, and you need to respect that. Okay? You need to respect this rule, and you need to develop your pieces and not play 10 different pawn moves when, I mean, d5 is obviously a good move and c6, but these two, again, people do that on a higher level, right? Like sometimes you want to see maybe your knight can come to b4 or c7. The bishop is half developed piece, but position is still closed. So objectively, I don't even know why you, Hammer, are so pessimistic about this. I kind of do, but I also don't. I lost.
Well, I mean, I would be more optimistic if I saw her playing bishop to e6, so that I know she's going to develop her pieces.
Yeah, you just feel like the father who has this heartbeat, right? Very high whenever your daughter spends 1 hour on the move h3. Oh my god, Andrea just took on a6. It's probably, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore in this world. I thought the b5 pawn was strong, but at the same time now Andrea's plan is to fight back for the pawn. Man.
Well, her idea is that if bishop takes, the bishop is no longer protecting the pawn on e4, right?
Oh yeah, so then the rook has to take.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure what the idea was.
Probably
next.
something like takes, and bishop to g5, and then try to give away the bishop and take this.
Yeah, but you could have done that without making the trade between the pawns.
Okay, so fair enough. Andrea's b5 was super weird for us, but we were not like super negative about this because it's a strong space advantage here, and it takes control of the c6 square. So basically, it's like a piece in your opponent's territory. And now trading this strong b5 pawn against the a6 is definitely objectively in black's favor because you remove a super strong pawn, which you yourself with your own hands put right there. Why did you put it there? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, cheer up, my friend. This is the middle of the tournament. And
Alexandra is developing her bishop.
Whoa! You see?
Not to the right square, though.
Oh.
She went bishop f5. And now what I'm really scared of is that she's going to follow up with knight d7. And then her opponent is going to go knight f4. And then suddenly her bishop is going to get trapped. So basically, if black does a nothing move and Alexandra goes knight d7, the knight to f4 takes control of the e6 square, which was the only escape square for the bishop. Or rather, maybe take, and then knight f4. Now you're attacking this one, but you're also taking control of the e6 square. And if black goes e6 to protect, then your bishop is trapped. It's probably not the worst thing. Like, this was very cooperative. In this position, you can go knight to b6.
Yeah.
And you're fine, and you can retreat. You can even put the bishop here, might be decent. So no, I'm gonna be positive. She's developing her pieces.
Yeah,
Developing her pieces, positive mindset. Yes.
exactly. That's the way. I'll give you something. On this king h1, as you say, which I think never is gonna happen, might rather move the knight somewhere, right? We always have this interesting g5 idea, but let's stick to king h1. There's g5 idea, and okay, it doesn't work, but still, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Preventing the knight from coming to the f4 square.
And getting an extra square for the bishop, since Alexander decided to keep the bishop on this diagonal, she might want at the same time secure the bishop. And yes, I know, never push the pawns in front of your king, but here we got a fianchetto bishop, which protects the bishop, and plus the pawn is already on g6, and plus we don't see yet the possibility for white to use that because the position is closed. Something happened,
Yeah.
right?
No, I like the g5 move. I'm just not sure it's a Botez move. No, it's an interesting position. It's a tense position. What's the time situation? She's down 15 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm not sure Alexandra has been down on time a single moment in this tournament so far.
No, she hasn't. And man, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and claim that I will take an example from Alexandra, because for the last 5 years, I have been severely struggling with time management and spending way too much time on the clock. But watching Alexandra every round being so effective, I'll be honest, I'm inspired. And I want to apply this strategy for my next tournament, which is, by the way, happening. Oh, God, I have to play chess next week. Next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend, I'm going to play classical chess. This is not going to be streamed because it's going to be a professional French team chess championship. And in my team, there's going to be the one and only Pia Kramling on the first board. So, yeah.
I'm also seeing Pia coming next month.
Look at us. We're both seeing Pia next month. That is a sign. I don't have a follow-up yet. I'll figure it out. But yeah. So I guarantee it's official. I'm making a statement. My big problem have been recently being in a time trouble and watching Alexandra for 2 tournaments in a row, having so much time ahead, playing so fast. Even if it's not the most precise moves, but it always helps with the time and avoids blundering. I will be learning from that.
Andrea has played bishop to g5, Dina. So you were right that she wanted to try and take out this knight in order to recapture in the center afterwards. It looks kind of good to me, so I'm not sure why the computer is being such a negative Nancy. But there's hope. Andrea has pressure against 2 pawns at the same time. Right now, she's down a pawn, but one little inaccuracy from the opponent, and that's going to change everything.
Right. Ooh. Ooh. Classic Andrea. One of those classic Andrea moments when she rushed a little bit with her idea. It's crazy how, again, we talked about this, how chess is a representation of your character in life. Your style of playing chess is a representation of your character in life. Both your strength and your flaws.
Alexandra's opponent went knight to d2.
Uh-huh.
So putting pressure in towards the center.
Okay.
And I'm still kind of scared that if Alexandra plays knight to d7 now, I feel like takes, knight f4, puts some uncomfortable pressure towards the light squares in black's position. Which is why we both wanted the bishop on f7, right? Because then the bishop would protect both of these squares.
Correct.
Is Boris Becker German? Is the original Boris Becker not German? That's the biggest surprise. If he's not. This is Alexander Becker going up against Alexandra Botez.
AB versus AB. Isn't that beautiful?
And they are 2 out of the 3 people who have won all their games so far. So if Alexandra can win this, she's going to be number 1 in the tournament after 5 rounds, just as she's been number 1 in the tournament after 1, 2, 3, and 4 rounds so far. Perfect score. She's making the impossible possible. And she's teaching Dina about the difference between impossible and improbable. Ash Menke coming in with a 57 months. Let's go. How are you doing?
Cash Menke. Is it a friend of yours, Hama?
Yeah. No, he was when Alexandra was living in New York, he was I was visiting her, and Cash Menke, he showed me around Chinatown and showed me a fancy bar, and yeah. He's a top guy.
Nice. Wow. Good old friend. Interesting. I like how I could guess that just by the excitement. I was like, this is not just a 57-month sub. There is something extra there.
Miss you, buddy, he says.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Alexandra still is down on time. She needs to speed up, I feel like. Because she's actually going to get into time pressure if she keeps this up.
Alexandra taking time means that she is slightly hesitant, slightly more hesitant than usual.
And even Jakobsen is looking somewhat pained where he's sitting, trying to figure out all these complications with Andrea putting pressure on his pawns.
I agree. I agree. That's why I still have hope in Andrea, even though her position is not the best. I think she's gonna be mentally stronger in this game, regardless of all the obstacles. Yeah. I do have to acknowledge that Alexandra's opponent, Mr. Becker, finished his development first. Tick, 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 tick. But you know what? Sorry. After knight to a6, we gonna clap because the development will be finished. And even though knight on the rim is slim, it's all about your intentions. Here,
Yeah.
the intention is to go to b4.
I'm with you on all of this, Dina.
Or in the
I'm
worst
very
case,
with you.
b7.
Like knight a6, great move. However, Alexandra has played bishop h6.
Do what?
Disappointing all of her coaches.
Oh.
So part of the reason why this knight to a6 was so important is that then the knight would have control of the c5 square. But now, after bishop to h6, there's a problem with pawn takes knight, or knight takes knight, pawn takes, and then knight to c5. And this is somewhat annoying. The knight is attacking the pawn on b7, but it's also putting pressure against the pawn on e4. And now we have to go pawn to b6 to try and kick the knight, but then pawn to g4 looks interesting for white. Although here, Dina, maybe we're just winning a pawn. Takes. Maybe we just take back. This is probably fine for Alexandra because this bishop is going to spend quite some time before it can start to attack the black pawn structure. Okay, I'm being optimistic. This is not too bad. This is manageable. And then if knight to a4, yeah, knight to a4 is actually brilliant because it turns out after knight to d7, white just goes knight c3, and you're putting pressure on the e pawn, and there's no way to stop pawn g4 afterwards. Which means that after knight to a4, you would need to find bishop to e6, which is a very tricky move to find. And it's not even clear whether it's good, because then white has d5. Takes. And if you take again, then the knight captures here, attacks the rook, attacks the bishop. If the queen takes the knight, then the queen comes in, attacking the king, attacking the rook. Oh no. Yeah, she needed to develop her pieces, and she needed to control the c5 square.
Okay, if I may. I'm still trying to process what just happened. Just to make it clear, was bishop h6 oriented into stopping knight to f4 with the idea of giving away this bishop for this knight? Just
I mean, I don't know, maybe. But let's just say I don't think she would have played bishop to h6 if not for the fact that she put her frickin' pawn in front of her frickin' bishop earlier in the opening. There's a direct correlation between this mistake and this mistake.
I think I got it, Hammer. I think bishop h6 is a deep prophylactics against f3. Alexandra did not want her knight, the beautiful piece showing domination in the opponent's field, to get kicked away because she has prepared a check winning the pawn. I think that's what she was thinking of. Otherwise, what on earth would make her want to move this bishop away. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
that makes sense to me, Dino. But yeah, she chose not to prioritize her development because of this.
Well, apparently, I will have to continue my roast if I ever want Alexandra to improve on that. But I don't want to continue my roast. I want to be nice and
What?
friendly.
Yeah.
But how
What's your success rate on your roasts to Andrea?
has always been good. See, I mean, I might be a believer or a dreamer, but I do think that Andrea has been listening to me and improving. This game doesn't count today because she's just under. She's not thinking clearly because of emotions and frustration. But she has shown that she digested every information I gave her just fine.
She has been pushing the pawns on the side of the board in every game.
Yeah.
She played h5 this morning. She played h4 and a4 against Alexandra.
All right, Chad, you know what? How about you tell Alexandra? How about
No.
you take the responsibility?
No. No, 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 no. Nothing that's said here. This is a safe place, Dina. Nothing said right now is ever to be heard by any of our employers slash sisters.
Yeah, you're right. We discussed it and we agreed on this. I forgot. You know, my mama always taught me.
When they come in after the interview, we're gonna be like, oh yeah, no, very interesting play, intriguing, very unusual. We're not gonna rehash our on stream pessimism. We're gonna be new people with joyous lives and optimism, like our yeah, optimism like we didn't play chess as kids
Yeah.
or something.
First time I entered the classroom, um my I got employed by my local chess club as a young chess school teacher. I was 17. My mama gave me a lesson. The biggest mistake you can do as a coach is to want your students to learn and try actually to teach these kids. These kids who sit in front of you in this classroom, they do not want to learn. They just want to have a good time with wooden pieces. So please stop willing to teach them and just let them embrace the fun time they have right now, moving pieces randomly, even if it does not make any sense. And you know, 13 years later, I still haven't learned the lesson that my mama gave me. I'm still trying to teach, where instead I should just be encouraging and embracing.
How many matches per day? There's today is the only day with 2 games. So from now on, no more Dina and Hammer being delirious, saying lots of very, very silly things we're surely gonna regret at some point. And we're gonna stick with a 1 game per day from now on.
Yeah. No, I actually am okay. You pick the game. Alex or Andrea, and we go.
What do you mean?
Let's try to find something good. Probably Andrea, because Alex we just discussed. Let's try to find something good in Andrea's position. I will start first.
Okay.
It's like, one of those games. Pick a compliment. You gotta give a compliment to your friend. I'm gonna start.
Think you're wrongly estimating how many friends I have, but let's go.
Do you ask? Okay, yeah. If you ask all of them to bring you nuggets and pineapple and berries, raspberries and blueberries whenever you get COVID, then yes, I can understand why.
Well, let's just say that the friends that have brought me food while I was sick has never played any games with me. So it's a very limited relationship, solely dealing with the delivery of foods.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, that was maybe harsher than it needed to be.
It's
Dina was
okay.
very nice. Dina was very nice to me when she was feeding me fruits when I was sick in my hotel room with COVID. She was the only one who actually looked after me. I'm not gonna name names, Danny. But there was there was a problem of getting food. I mean, Danny was super nice. Danny got me food the first day, but then after 5 days, it was like, I kind of don't want to distract Danny because he's like the boss of the entire company. But at the same time, I'm hungry, and that's when Dina stepped up and took the responsibility of feeding me.
Yeah, so just to get straight, during the commentary of the candidates in Madrid 2022, Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Homer got COVID and asked the main organizer and commentator of the whole thing to prepare the commentary. Okay, I think it's you got it, chat. Let's focus on the most important. Andrea, there have been moves in Andrea's board, and I wanted to start with compliments. And the first compliments, I mean, not compliment, but positive mindset, positive thinking. The first positive thought I wanted to bring is that Andrea's opponent has been out of his comfort zone after Bishop G5. Looked like a simple option for Black to do, just play knight d5. But yet he was taking so much time to think. He did play knight d5 eventually. No, he did not.
He traded.
Amazing. Andrea's plan worked. He got confused.
Yeah, this is very, very good news for Andrea. And the reason is, after knight to d5, there's an opening between the bishops, but after the trade between the bishops, even though the knight can come to defend the pawn on c3, here Black can go pawn f5, chasing that knight away, forcing it back, after which the Black knight can capture the white pawn. And this is very important, because when White instead chose to make the trade between the knights first, then after pawn takes knight to d5, same thing can happen. Trade between the bishops, and then knight takes e4. The knight protects on e4, but Black can go f5, trying to attack the knight. But, as we know, I need to find my meme. Here's my meme. I'm gonna spam the meme in chat. We are smart people. And we know whenever we can take en passant, we should take en passant. And here, pawn takes on f6, f5. I'm not sure how you call it. But here you prevent the black pawn from attacking the white knight, which means that the white knight remains in the defense of the pawn, which means that Andrea is fine in this situation.
Man, how on earth did you find this?
No, I got chat to make it. This guy in
really?
chat made it because I asked him to.
And then he
His
whispered
name
that
was
to you.
Channel Points something.
Oh boy. Okay, whatever that person is, that creativity, we need that for the team, all right? Gerber, I'm serial. Look up for this guy. You might wanna hire him. You don't know yet what's the position, but you don't let that talent slide away, okay? Don't let that talent slide away. We need these people. A true artist.
I thought it was very good.
Yeah. No. I agree. Who is Gerber? That's a bad question to ask, especially when you're not a subscriber. Gerber is a long-time moderator and a big-time team member in the BotezLive. Okay, getting back to the chessboard, I actually
because we have more news. Dina, we have more news.
Okay.
In Alexandra's game, her opponent played f4.
It worked.
I mean, from being completely kind of distraught 5 minutes ago, we are suddenly celebrating on both boards. Andrea has regained her pawn, and not only has she regained the pawn, she's now also aiming for the d6 square with her knight because she has that protection from the pawn. The knight can be very, very good coming to this square. It's going to be a fantastic outpost for that piece. And Alexandra's opponent has voluntarily moved both of his pawns past the knight on e4. So now this knight can stay here for a long time without getting chased away. We're very happy with this development that happened just within 2 minutes of each other.
La remontada, the famous French term when they say we are back. And we are back on track with Alexandra dominating the e4 square, the outpost without the post, the outpost without the open file, but still an amazing square. No pawn can now reach it. The worst positional mistake ever that could happen in this game, because as you know already, pawns don't move backwards and no soldier can put themselves on f3 and kick the knight anymore. Amazingly planned by Alexandra. She just provoked her opponent. Not sure if she understood whatever happened or not, but that doesn't matter. What matters now is that we are hoping to see knight a6 or knight e7.
We still need her to use her knight to take control over this c5 square. It's very important that she take control of that square. But how she does it doesn't really matter that much. She can even go pawn to b6, and I think this would be fine. But she needs to have one more piece controlling that c5 square. Very important.
All right. I'm slightly worried for g4 though.
Yeah, no, it's still a bit. There's some annoying things in the position still. There's no doubt about that. But say knight to d7, and then if g4, we just back up. And if they take our knight, we recapture. They can go back with the knight, but then we just protect and we get this row of pawns protecting each other up the board. And then if pawn to d5, we take. Oh. Uh-oh.
I got you. I got you, man.
Okay. Sacrificing the peas. This is some cool stuff.
I have no clue what's going on here.
I
But
like it, though.
believe it or not, this is just fine. Because this guy over here has nowhere to go.
Terrible knight.
Man, I've never seen anything like that. And after this, and this, and this, position is completely equal. I don't believe my
Wow.
eyes. Check. Check. Take.
Now we can go rook c2.
Yeah, I was looking at rook here, but then you defend, so rook second. Man. You live and learn every day, chat. There's no way.
I mean, now maybe even Alexandra's playing for a win, no?
I mean, this would never happen because it was just way too deep. But boy, how is that possible? Literally, the guy is up a knight, and there's nothing he can do with this.
Very cool variation. Can we go back and see how this happened one more time?
Yeah, that was too quick. I was amazed by the engine here, but no, it's just everything is about perception in life and chess. The moment Alexandra sees Queen D4 happening, she's not gonna feel good. The only move here is knight to f6, which just puts. I mean, I think we should go even further back, right? Because
Yeah.
oh my god, we're so far away.
Yeah.
All right.
We went a bit nuts in the analysis here.
All right. Do you wanna be my guest, Hammer, and guide us through this?
Okay, so knight to d7, developing the knight that had not yet joined the game. If Alexandra does not play her knight either to d7 or a6 now, then, well, she needs to go back to school and do a little session on developing the pieces. She says she knows that you're supposed to do it, but practice then has shown that she doesn't. But for the sake of the argument, let's say that she does understand the importance. Then we were looking at pawn to g4 when the pawn is attacking the bishop. The bishop retreats, but then the bishop is no longer offering protection to the e4 knight, giving white the opportunity to make this trade without the bishop being able to capture back, which means the pawn has to capture back, which means that black gets 2 pawns on the same file, so-called doubled pawns. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, as long as we manage to keep the pawn on e4 protected, and that we do. After the knight retreats, an attack on the e4 pawn, but then we get a nice pawn chain, pawns defending each other up the board. Everything is good until we get hit by the move d5. White gives away a pawn in the center in order to free the square d4 for the queen, and there's lots of pressure down towards the black king. And then Dina introduced this amazing idea to sacrifice the knight in order to counterattack White's pieces attacking down on the king's side. And we're going to have to move on from this because Alexandra has instead played. She has not moved her knight, and yet I kind of like what she's doing, Dina.
So
Okay,
just to
actually,
get it
maybe I
straight,
don't. Yeah, I'm one move away from liking what she's doing. So after knight takes on d2,
Oh god.
white recaptures. And here, Alexandra has captured the white knight on d3.
Right.
And then she could have done this later on, but let's not care. Let's not focus on that right now.
Yes.
She takes the knight, and after the bishop recaptures, she says, now your knight can no longer come to the c5 square, and I'm gonna close down the position with the bishops, and your bishops will not be able to do anything in a closed situation. However, there's something very, very important in this kind of position type. You need to recapture with the e pawn on d5 if possible, especially when you played this move a5. But so I kind of wanted to go pawn to e6, but then I'm starting to realize that allows pawn to e4, and then white has very aggressive pawns. But maybe she should have done this anyway. Because what Alexandra did is she's trying to shut down the position. She's trying to prevent these white pawns from getting to a light square. And she played pawn to f5. And computer thinks it's fine, Dina. I was about to say, and this is a clear mistake, because now her opponent can capture on d5, and Alexandra cannot capture back with the queen, because then the queen and the king are on the same diagonal, so that's very bad news. He's going to have to take back with the pawn, but then she has no pawns that can control the b5 square. And white can go bishop to b5. This bishop can never be chased away. And then white will have easy pressure, doubling the rooks on the c file. But the computer thinks this is fine for Alexandra, so maybe I'm wrong. Dina, what's your opinion?
All right. So I'll keep it short and sweet. Alexandra plays a grandmaster level strategy. She says, I am gonna, she's basically able to foresee what would happen if I remove the right pieces from the board and make the right pawn structure. She makes all the way from here. She wants to remove these guys away and close the position. She does knight d2, takes on d3, and plays f5 to say, you have two bishops, I have a bishop and a knight, clearly stating that she has studied the Russian school of chess and knows that knight is better than a bishop in a closed position. The only problem here, which can backfire for Alexandra, is that pawns cannot move backwards. If only in some ideal world, Alexandra could break the lamp, turn off the light, put the pawn back to a6, then put the ball back into the lamp and say this is how it was, and protect the a6. Unfortunately, in chess, as of today, such rule doesn't exist. Pawns do not go backwards. I don't think anyone knows the reference. It is Остап Бендер, 12 стульев. 12 Cheers, the famous Russian novel from the early 12th century happening back in Odessa. This is how Ostap Bender would give his simul. He would take all the money, pretend that he's a grandmaster, break the lamp, and just get away. And by the time they put the lamp back, he's no longer there, and he took the money. My grandfather, who was a huge fan of 19th century, Odessa would always tell me this is how you should play chess, Dina. Just break the lamp, put your pieces where you want, and turn the light back. Yeah, that was love that movie too.
I can only say that chat has a middle school, if not worse, appreciation of Russian literature.
Okay. I mean, there are people who got the reference. Anyway, my
no,
point
I'm
is,
just saying, chat is complaining, and you're not listening. Chat. I have no idea about this 12th century Russian author either, but at least I'm learning something instead of complaining. I'm learning something.
No, it's called 12 Cheers. There is a gangster. You know gangsters. They came to America later. The gangsters. This is how they would operate. I am Grandmaster. I'm gonna give a symbol. Take all the money and then break the lamp and then get away. The point is, I gave Alexander advice. This is advice. If only you were the gangster, you could put the pawn back. The position would be a dream come true. Just put the pawn back to a6, right? Control the b5. You got the knight. The position is closed. Only one file open is not enough. Your knight is stronger than the bishop. Alexandra would be a genius. All right? Here. My point is actually, she's almost there. Like, her plan is really good. It's just one little thing that she overlooked, but it's important. It's not clear, actually. It's not easy to spot. All that was actually to give Alexandra a compliment. I think she did a great thing. And yes, not all of us are Grandmasters Hammer who know that b5 is a weakness, and that's why we're doomed on the queen side. Once again, I state that the only reason why the only b5 square is the reason why black is lost on the queen side. But you need to be a grandmaster to understand that, number one. And number two, you need to be a grandmaster to exploit that. So we gotta see a win here from Alexandra. That's my conclusion. Why?
No,
What's
it's
so
just
funny?
a comment from chat. Pain Chess says, "Thank you for clarifying. It was a compliment."
Okay.
Yeah. It was a compliment, chat. I understood it was a compliment the whole time. But I must admit, I also did think she was talking about the famous 12th century Russian novel or something, and apparently the title was 12th something. So
12 Cheers.
Yeah.
They
12
were
cheers.
looking for diamonds in 12 Cheers, so they were running around the country trying to find this famous old 12 Cheers, the collection, because there were diamonds buried in one of the chairs. So the whole poem is like very big. Is about how they do all this gangster scams in order to find the chairs. And one of their scams was giving a chess symbol. And you know what's the moral of this story, guys? Is that in 19th literature, Russian literature of the 19th century Russian literature, already chess was a part of the culture. That's what you need to take out of this. That even in literature, the most classic poem, you gotta see chess as a main pattern.
That has a very important question. Chairs as in Nazdrovia, or chairs as in the physical thing you sit on?
Not cheers. Chairs. Cheers,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know I could be famous writing books about inanimate objects, but that's nice.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to remind everybody the sponsor of our event, which is Coinbase. And this tournament is very special because we have 20,000 in giveaway. And today we already have 2,500 guaranteed. 4 winners are going to be declared today because Alexandra already brought 1 point to the family. And to participate, you need to use the command raffle and the command Coinbase. If you want to know more about it, use the command raffle. You're going to get the link. You need to sign in that link to fill in the form, Google Doc form. Use the same email address that you already have for your account on Coinbase. And at the very least, you can already claim $20 off on your account created by using the promo code BotezLive. And on that note, I have seen some very nice, I have seen moves going on. Bring them on, Hammer.
Rook to C1. And now I was going to say, Dina, that this is a huge moment for Alexandra. I was going to build the excitement in Alexandra's game, and I was going to make a big argument about why pawn to E6 is absolutely necessary in this position.
But she didn't play it, did she?
She played it almost instantly.
E6?
Wait, we gotta wait for Avila to.
Well, it's okay. Everybody can calculate in the in blindfolded. Don't worry about Vila.
Okay.
So, did she?
She did play E6.
Yay!
And what's very, very good about this move is that now, whenever white tries to trade with the black pawn, Alexandra doesn't need to use the C pawn to recapture. Instead, she can take with the E pawn. And this is super good for like 5 different reasons. Number 1, we can put pressure down towards the white pawn. Number 2, white is unable to put pressure down on the queen side because there's a white pawn protected by another pawn that's standing in the rook's path. And number 3, there's no more access to the b5 square for the white bishop. So this is just a tremendous development for Alexandra. Her opponent did not understand the importance of making this trade between the pawns in the center before this E pawn could join, and now Alexandra, I dare say, is even better in this position, and she has a very clear plan on how to continue moving forward, trying to bring her knight into the game, maybe move the rook over so that the bishop can come back, something like takes. I don't know, like H3. Okay, we got to be a bit careful about this G4 attack on this side, but it's in general, it's very exciting now. And I think in practical play, Alexandra has the much easier position to deal with because it's very frustrating for white to have these bishops, and these bishops are like, this one's being stopped by that pawn. There's a white pawn blocking the other one. Here there's a white pawn blocking. There's a reason why we say that knights are better than bishops in situation with lots of pawns still on the board. The pawns, both the black and the white, are standing in the path of the bishops to really fulfill their potential. And for that reason, if I had to pick white or black in this position, I would pick black in Alexandra's game.
Yeah. I do want to also introduce you guys to the idea that Hammer pointed out. We gonna go to E4, right? And one of, like, while some of you might think, but we say the position is closed and we don't want to trade the knight versus the bishop. You can correct me, Hammer, if you already mentioned that and I misheard, but I just wanted to highlight that even if we change our mind and give away our so-to-be better knight for their bishop, we have another instructive moment where we always have to ask ourselves, it's not just about the pieces that we trade, but also about the pieces that are left on the board. And here we would be witnessing a second school moment from Alexandra taking her opponent back to school of strategy and telling them, first of all, I'm going to give you a lesson how a knight is better than the bishop in close positions. And secondly, I'm going to teach you what is a good bishop versus a bad bishop. And here, Black's bishop forever is a good bishop because the White's bishop is a bad bishop because it's surrounded by its own pawns on the same color.
So we're liking Alexandra's position, and if I'm honest with you, Dina, I'm liking Andrea's position too.
You do?
And Andrea now has her bishop and her queen pointing in towards the Black King. This is very uncomfortable for Black to have to deal with. If Black tries to go knight to f4, attacking the queen and making sure that the Black bishop afterwards can take out the White knight, then knight to f6 is a winning move for Andrea. Check on the king, but also opening up towards the pawn on the edge of the board. The knight can be captured, but then the queen comes in for the checkmate. And her opponent only has, well, he has way more time than Andrea, but at this point, it feels like having more time is not going to be enough to save you, because the threats underneath the surface is just extremely annoying to deal with. I'm shocked that the computer thinks Black is better in this position, because frankly, I don't even see how Black defends against this immediate onslaught. The closest thing I can tell is like pawn to h6, maybe. But that's not what he did. Instead, even he played g6, but that is weakening the dark squares around the Black king. And Andrea can now go queen to h6. Her queen has its nice placement very close to the Black king. And if the queen tries to trade with the White queen, Andrea can keep the queens on the board and keep her attack going strong.
Listen, Hammer, we are about to witness finally the position that Andrea is the most comfortable in, both objectively but also subjectively, because her style, as we say, her instincts are always looking to the direction of the king. So I, as you say, am here with you 200%. We are having the biggest moment of joy ever. I mean, probably last time we had so much joy was just before A4. And then when B4 happened, we also had a moment of joy, but that didn't last long. I do believe we're here in the most positive situation we've ever been. So my prediction worked. It doesn't matter how interesting Andrea's moves have been, as Hammer would say. Her opponent would choose even more interesting moves down the road. I'm trying to see a smile on your face.
No, I'm happy. I'm surprised it worked, that we were kind of like needing some excitement in the games, and then in the span of 2 minutes we go from being very negative on both boards to being very positive on both boards. And I don't know if you noticed, but Alexandra made her move in like less than a minute. Her opponent played. Oh, sorry, this is Andrea's board. Alexandra's opponent played this move rook to c2, which is, I think, just a mistake. He's preparing to go with both rooks on the c file, but you're never going to make any progress there because whenever you capture on d5, Alexandra is not going to recapture with the c pawn. She's going to make sure that this black pawn, protected by another pawn, is standing in the path of the rooks, preventing them from getting into the game. Alexandra played rook to f7, which was very interesting because now she's preparing to go bishop f8 and trying to activate her bishop. And to prevent bishop to f8, her opponent went bishop a3. And then it turns out this didn't really prevent bishop f8 at all, because Alexandra said, I don't mind trading the bishops, because then you no longer have the bishop pair. And once again, Alexandra is making her moves in less than a minute. So she's feeling quite confident in this position. And her opponent is spending a lot more time than her at this stage.
Excuse me, did she just play bishop f8 offering to trade on the bishop to a3?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said it's fine.
I said it's fine. Well, because Dina, for simplicity, we tell people that closed positions are good for the knights. But what I didn't tell anyone, at least, is that in even the worst bishop is better than a good knight.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to trade off the opponent's bishop pair. And in Andrea's game, her opponent has played pawn to f5, which is a second en passant opportunity, Dina, in this game. And now we're going to see if our little meme factory where Andrea is going to show up on our meme. Is she going to do an Øystein Jacobsen, Øyvind Jacobsen, and not go for the en passant? Because en passant is not always the best move. Or is she just going to go for the en passant, giving her a big advantage and a potential attack against the Black King?
And for the record, in case she does, she's going to be declared a grandmaster, promoted to grandmaster right away.
She's going to be declared either bottom of the scale or top of the scale.
Yeah. The thing is,
we cannot extrapolate where on the scale.
Okay, here
based on the data we have.
This is actually a very confusing situation because the only good moves are here the moves that Andrea will never play. That worries me a little. Wei has a slight edge advantage thanks to the pawn structure. We have studied that, right? Pawn islands and weaknesses. So here, Black has 3 pawns that are kind of divided, and White has only 2. But we are challenged on the pawn on c3, and the only good moves are anything to do with the queen. Queen back to e3 is the best. Queen back to d2. Queen back to h3. The problem that I would see here for Andrea is that, first of all, she doesn't consider moves back. For her, it's a sign of her weakness. Secondly, she has a PTSD from losing a game when her opponent had the queen on h6, and then losing a second game trying to prevent queen to coming to h6. So in that regard, I think Andrea would never even consider putting the queen back. And, that brings me back to here, thinking that maybe for someone like Andrea, it's actually better to keep the position somehow like this, because even if it's not a top priority by the engine, on practice, Andrea has more space. She doesn't have to put the queen back. She has the knight in the opponent territory. And I don't know, Hammer. I am attacking. You know what's the best move here? Watch me. The best move here for the engine is rook a to e8. Give me... Oh, no. Do I know how... Rook... Oh, it's rook... Okay, no. Okay, forget what I just said. I think this is
Consider
actually...
it forgotten.
Oh, I forgot it. Yeah, I actually think this is way better for someone like Andrea than to take. Because if you take...
No, you're crazy.
Am I?
But why are you taking the knight?
Oh.
Wow, is this good for black?
Yeah. But this is complicated.
Oh, rook a5. I didn't see rook a5.
It's okay, don't worry. I got you. I mean, yeah, okay.
Or at the very least, go rook e1.
Okay, this is one of those moments that this is actually complicated. I think Hammer here, capture has its own pluses and minuses. The plus is that chat, we create an extra island of pawns. We break this structure. We create a weakness on e6. The minus is that actually e5 is extremely strong because we always have a potential outpost on both. I mean, f6 kind of like challenging the king, and d6 complete outpost. The problem is that we cannot get rid of this knight, which is also... Yeah, this knight is also strong. So then we get into a super huge philosophical debate whose knight is stronger, even though the knight of white is on d6. You know what? I give up. This is too complicated. Hammer, you're a grandmaster. Break this down for us.
Ha 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 ha. Can do en passant. Oh, I'm so fancy. Just because you can play en passant doesn't mean it's the best move. Grandmaster. Take en passant. And Andrea took en passant.
Are you proud right now that you got your meme used?
Yeah.
You're proud of yourself, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to...
I'm going to post that meme on Twitter tonight.
Okay, great. Did you already get the credit from the artist?
I mean, I don't think I'm the first one to suggest this for that specific meme. I'm sure.
Okay, good. All right. Andrea made Coach Hammer, commentator Hammer, proud by taking the en passant. And we're gonna see next knight to f6. As we were saying, this move has its own strength. For instance, breaking the pawn structure. And as long as Andrea is aware of that, we are very happy and proud and satisfied.
I mean, Andrea has now shown that she has grandmasterly instincts as far as these special pawn moves are concerned. So I do fear that she's going to make a grandmasterly blunder with knight to g5, considering that was my suggestion when faced with the same dilemma.
But at the same time, your opponent might not find rook a5, or he might find it by forcing this position. Bright side, Hammer, this is not as bad because you got a choice. You can counterattack the knight on g4. Wait, can you even take it? Oh no, taking is actually a blunder. Okay, this is actually how the game could end in a bad way, because here, oh boy, we don't want to see that, right?
That's nasty.
Yeah, okay. The options here are bishop to d1. Andrea might find it. Kind of willing to take with a bishop. The other option is just simply knight back to f3. And the queen is protected. Maybe this is what's going to happen. I do have to say, whenever the rook gets activated, everything that happens after is actually very annoying. So I would be advocating for not putting the knight on g5. But yes, Andrea would want to challenge the king. So she would be really tempted to do that. Oh boy. I don't know. What's going on in Alexandra's game in the meantime?
Oh no, stuff is going on in Alexandra's game. So Alexandra played bishop to f8 and she played it pretty quickly. Then her opponent goes, "Oh, actually I changed my mind. I don't want to trade the bishops anyway." He went back with the bishop to b2, which means that he literally went back and forth with his moves. Then, when Alexandra comes with her bishop to b4, attacking the queen, now he goes, "Oh, actually, I changed my mind a second time in 2 moves, and I do want to trade the bishops anyway." And now the bishops have been traded. And for the love of God, please, Alexandra, it's time to get the knight into the game. It's got to be like move 26 at this point.
Or at least out of respect to the mother Dina.
Don't you want to respect Dina? Miss Botez, please start respecting your mother and develop your pieces. Because otherwise, these grandmasters you hired are going to have a panic attack. I mean, watching Botez games is already stressful enough.
I mean, I don't think I
What
can
about
say
knight
better.
a6 to go knight b4, asks a chatter. And since you ask, and because I wanted to say it myself, I'm going to explain why I think knight to a6 is not the best move. My problem with this one, well, number one, we're further away from the king side, and we can maybe go for an attack over here. But number two is that after takes, white has the option of trading the bishop for the knight. And I have this theory that we shouldn't allow that. But now that I think about it, this is fine.
It's fine, but didn't Alexandra try to teach us a lesson on how knight is just gonna show better knight against the worst bishop? Also, Hammer, knight g4 is challenging, but I think the most important part is that we have a potential outpost on e4. So after the capture, let's say knight d7, capture, our idea here is to put the knight to e4, where it would be a dream come true, and double the rooks, triple the rooks, and like just take this weakness out here, or even like just keep the knight on f6.
Yeah, no, we don't want to move the knight here because then it could be traded.
Yeah,
we
want
want to keep the knight versus the bishop, which was kind of my argument when I was upset about the knight a6 move.
Yeah, I would actually, you're right. I would say it better. We want to threaten, put the knight to f6 and threaten to play knight e4 whenever the chance occurs. And there is one more thing. Wait a second. I needed to drink.
Andrea went knight g5.
Oh, God. Okay, just a second. Here, after knight a6, you might think that you want to go to b4, but after simple a3, it's not clear where you're going after. So you would still have to retreat. Let's go back to Andrea.
Yeah, no, a3 is a good point. A3 takes control of the b4 square, and you're not getting where you wanted, so you might as well move over here to begin with.
And the worst part is that a3 is actually a plan of white, because white wants to push the pawns on the queen side, because we talked about it, the top of the hill, right? So this is the direction. And this is also a potential minority attack after something like takes, and this is going to be a3, b4, and b5, trading, creating a weakness, and grabbing all these pawns. That's the minority attack. That's a Carlsbad structure over here, but okay. It's time for us to look after Andrea.
Oh, God. Alexandra just played the most horrible move. Oh my god. Oh. So we had like half an hour of extreme positivity, and then within 2 minutes of each other, they mess it all up again. Pawn to b6 from Alexandra completely breaks up her entire plan, because her entire plan was that she had this pawn defended by another pawn that is making white's c-file control completely useless. But by moving this pawn forward, now after takes and takes back, her knight is just stuck here forever, because the knight has to defend this pawn, because, well, now the other pawn is no longer defending it.
Okay.
And also, she's not developing her pieces. Like, how do you... One thing is not realizing the importance of controlling this pawn, Dina, but why can't you just get your knight into the game?
Because she wants to show us that she doesn't give a F about what we think whenever we roast her on development. She takes this as a defense and wants to continue not develop and prove us that she's gonna win the games her way and not our way. That's what's happening right now. Honestly, Hammer, I know what she's doing. She thinks that she's a 5-head or 4-head, a smart head, that she's gonna make a Petrosian Botvinnik Steinitz, call it whatever you want, rook lift development. She doesn't need a knight to develop her rook. She's gonna do the smartest rook a7, and whenever they do something, she's gonna bring it here. And when they do something and something and something, I mean, she's basically gonna have this, but right. And if you're gonna have to kind of, let's say, defend or whatever, she's gonna triple, and she's not gonna need the knight. I mean, if it all works out, honestly, Hammer, she will have time to treat the knight later. But this is one of those examples, chat, above all mentioned by Hammer, above weakening the fact, using the fact that pawns don't go backwards. There is no way we can defend the c6 by the pawn. It might actually work out, right? But this is one of those examples where Alexandra is being a big brain instead of being a small brain. One of those situations when you have a simple, easy solution, you think it's too good to be true, and you are trying to look for a complicated one.
And after b6, her opponent responds instantly, because now he has his plan going with pushing the pawn forward on the queen side. And the momentum shifts from Alexandra to Becker, just like that.
Yeah. I mean,
does she want to
Hammer.
go rook a7?
Yeah, that's her plan.
No, the other
rook. The other one? Oh god. I remember. Was it round 1? Hammer, when we saw Alexandra doubling her queen and rook in front of a completely closed file, saying to her opponent, I want you to push, and when you push, I'm gonna be ready. And her opponent is like, yes, sir, I'm gonna do this just because you want me to. Was it the round 1?
I don't recall that. It may have been
Indian. When she, with the knight on c3. Was it Fermentera?
Oh yeah, no, the knight on c3. I remember. Yeah,
with
but
the bishop, with the knight
opening up.
Yeah, remember? So basically, she did the same thing. She put 20 pieces, heavy pieces, in front of a completely closed file, saying that this is how I play prophylactics. I know that there are 2 pawns here, but when they push, I'm gonna take, they're gonna take, and I'm gonna dominate them by the rook. And what happens if they don't push? Oh, I didn't think about that.
I don't recall being very critical to her approach in that first round game, but I do agree with the general sentiment of your Botez voice, in that when she's making this much effort into preventing pawn to b4, her opponent is just going to not play pawn to b4, and then that may be an issue as well. Although after takes and something like g4, Dina, Alexandra would have like queen e7. Okay, computer is
Yeah.
loving this for white because all the black pieces got stuck over here on the queen side, while white has a free reign to attack on the opposite flank. But at least there's some trickery going on.
Yeah. Well, this would be definitely the right approach. And to understand that, you just need to follow simple rule of whenever you see a clear pattern, your opponent bringing all their pieces to one side, you might actually focus on the other side because this is where they are gonna be the most vulnerable. And that's why g4 is gonna work here. At the same time, so far, Alexandra has proven us that she has an immense ability, a skill, superhuman skill of telepathy. Whenever she makes prophylactics against something, her opponent listens to those, inner voices of the Botez, and he does exactly what Alexandra wants them. So I actually believe if that were to happen, her opponent would still continue playing on the queen side. On that note, Alexandra hasn't yet played rook f to a7, and who knows, maybe she was actually that genius grandmaster big brain that I told you, willing to bring to this beautiful lift up. What? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Listen, one thing is good, Hammer, is that I am able to read their minds and decrypt to Grandmaster Botez School of Chess. Translate from Botez to Grandmaster.
And you can now explain why she went rook b7?
Yeah, she went rook to b7 because she knows that putting the rook in front of two pawns is the basic rule of strategy that we study in the Russian School of Chess. Okay, actually, I was saying about it. I was like, oh boy. Okay, chat, that was the meanest thing I've ever said. It stays between us. Please, for the love of Lord, rooks should never be put in front of the pawns.
Well, I do have some good news, Dina. So the thing I'm the most scared of when Alexandra is just making a bed of her pieces in the corner of the board, completely abandoning her king. What I'm afraid of is takes, and then pawn to g4, starting a big attack on this other side of the board, trying to activate the rooks, get the pieces in here, open up in front of the black king while the black pieces are distracted elsewhere. That would be my major concern in such a position. But
yeah,
her opponent has played rook to b1.
I told
So
you.
he's now focused on this side of the board, which means he's not punishing Alexandra for leaving her king on its own.
Chat, what did I tell you? Alexandra is a superwoman. She has this unique ability of hypnotizing, exactly, of telepathy. And she makes her opponents believe that what she wants is actually the right thing to do, what she tries to prevent from. She's trying to prevent the thing that should not happen, but her opponent sees that and they follow. Yes, sir. Once again, highlighting Hammer's point. How to understand what everybody asks me, Dina, how do I get better in middle game? Watch the pawns, watch what your opponent does. If you see a clear pattern, your opponent bringing all their pieces to one side of the board, especially the side that is far away from the king, that means that this is where they are extremely vulnerable. That's why moves like g4 make huge sense, because now it's time to open up the mama here. But we are safe. Rook b1 happened. For now, though.
For now.
Yeah. I still...
Because now she can never get the knight into play now. The knight has to remain on this b8 square now forever and ever. Because anytime she moves it, then the trade will happen. And the white queen will enter in through this c6 square. And Tina, now she goes rook a7. At least she's making moves. And you know, Dina, the best thing that could happen now is if c5, she could go b5, because then she would be allowed to bring her knight over.
Yeah.
So it's very important for white to keep this tension.
You know,
and
what
also, white doesn't really want to trade here now, because then suddenly Alexandra can actually do something useful with her rooks. Whereas now, right now, she's just pointing them into her own pawns.
Yeah. She has to move fast, by the way, because she's actually lower on time than her opponents. So, yeah, this is good. This is good stuff. You know, Hammer, it makes me think that you and me, we are boomers. We're part of the old generation. The new generation of players like Alexandra and Andrea, it's crazy to see how good one can become reaching a title player, like getting to expert like Andrea without any basic respect or like chipped. He knows where I'm going, right?
I understood where you were going a while ago. Yeah, I deduced that a compliment was not coming. Your amazement was not gonna be positive. I actually saw that one coming. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if I should finish this or not. If you chat guys,
I think you've made your point. We all understand where you were going, even if we didn't get to the clippable moment.
Well, again, how good players can become now without all that blah, 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 strategy, development. Don't put your rooks in front of pawns, put your rooks in open files, develop your pieces, castle. Come on, all that bullshit. It's another generation. It doesn't matter anymore. Just by playing bullet and blitz and getting better at tactic, you can get to the expert level to become a title player. And sisters are not the only ones. Like, it's just all kids of nowadays, you know, all these new players. I guess it's a good thing for you guys. I guess it gives you more hope, honestly. But at the same time, imagine how higher one could have gotten or could go if they were to just a little bit of respect for strategy, and then 200 points up guaranteed.
That is asking, how old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm old.
She's old, chat. Boomer.
Yeah, I'm old.
She's almost as old as I was a couple of years ago.
Yeah. But age is just a number. So how is Andrea doing?
Andrea's not doing great. Her opponent found this rook a5 move, putting pressure on Andrea's knight. On the other hand, Alexandra is doing great, because now after queen to e7, she's threatening the pawn on a3, And it's very difficult for white to have a convenient way of protecting that pawn. So it's a good news, bad news kind of situation.
Oh my god. Just okay. Hold it. Hold it. Please, Dina. I don't know if it's the sleep deprived or position on the board, but I am seeing what you're seeing, right? Just making the point straight, right? I'm seeing exact thing that you're seeing, right? You're there watching.
I'm not sure I followed all of that, but I'm assuming he's gonna go rook a2 and then queen c1 or something, because it's kind of annoying for him to keep this pawn protected, and he can't have the pawn on the a file because Alexandra's there. I wonder, Dina, at what point do you play h5 here?
Never. You know why? Because all what matters is not just to double in front of two pawns, but to triple in front of two pawns.
Yeah, and then you can bring the king over as well to have like a neighborhood party. I see where you're going with this.
Man, I'm so lucky Hammer is here. He gets all my roasts. Just I say A and he already has a B in his mind. Isn't that beautiful? I have this hysterical laughs that you have when you're sleep deprived, as one chatter would say. I can't believe he literally continues my jokes. Oh my god, this has amazed me. Chat, this is a living dream in the commentary booth. I think they just think that this is official. This is corners game. You know that game when you gotta bring your army from one corner to another corner?
After queen e7, rook a2 was indeed played, and Alexandra now goes rook c7.
Change of mindset? Ugalki. Exactly that.
I don't know. At some point she might. Now she's protecting this pawn, Dina.
Yeah.
Which means that the knight no longer needs to protect the pawn. So maybe she can finally get her knight into the game.
I like how you still have hope. That's great. I mean, there was one question that I was asked by the producer before the start of the show is to try to balance out positivity and negativity. When Hammer brings the positivity and keeps believing, you know, it is good. It is good stuff. Hammer is a believer.
I'm not sure I'm a believer, but I am trying to. She still has a nice knight versus the white. It's just this tension between the pawns is quite annoying, and the tension has been there for a very long time now.
Yeah.
But once white makes a mistakes and releases the tension, Alexandra is going to be all over this with her knight jumping into the game.
Man, the only tension I feel so far is poor rooks that are doubling in front of no one but two
Do we
pawns.
have a prediction going right now? Can we do a prediction on when Alexandra moves this knight into the game?
Okay.
Move 31 or later. Or never.
Also, Hammer, I look at Andrea's board, and it's not as bad as I would thought it was, because her opponent played first rook to a5 and not knight g4. So now Andrea has intermezzo stuff, something like f3 or h3. I mean, f3 would be a blunder. h3, f3 is a blunder due to queen c5 double attack, but maybe h3 or something like that.
Yeah, h3 makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so
That's kind of what I'm
I
hoping
actually
for.
think this is a good news. This is great news. Because rook
Well, it would have
a5.
been greater if he hadn't found the idea altogether.
True. Maybe there was a fly that was flying around and sat on the rook on a6, and he was like, "Oh, I got the rook." That's true. Completely forgot about it.
Oh, I was watching the feeds and I saw pawn to h3 being played, and I was like, "Oh, pawn to h3, that's such a good move." Now he's
Yeah.
preparing to go g4, but it was actually Andrea who played pawn to h3 on her move, on her board,
Oh, right. Yeah.
which
No,
is
it's
all,
great.
which is good news.
Yeah, this is great news. This is great news.
Both white players have an opportunity here to play h3, and it's quite good.
Okay, Hammer, I think we're approaching the most excite me part of the game, which is gonna be time travel before move 40. I feel like I need to run for supplies before.
What are you getting?
I'm getting oil change, if that can work. Okay, I'll be right back. Hammer doesn't know what's oil change because he never drove, did he?
He did not know.
Yeah, because professional chess players, grandmasters don't know how to drive cars. They don't need to.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what the metaphor is. Oil change. It sounds like a girl issue, but what do I know? We're aboard. Yeah, no, I shouldn't be speaking about things I have no idea about. Okay, let's talk about chess instead. He played b4? Wow, he did play b4. Why is that not on the live board? Did the live boards crash? Oh no, Vila, the live board crashed. We're not getting the moves. Okay, then we got to start paying attention to the videos. Pawn to b4 has been played. Alexandra captures the pawn to try and open up for her rooks along the side of the board. White is now going to recapture with, I guess he's going to capture with a rook, attacking the pawn on b6. But then Alexandra will go knight to d7, and she's keeping this pawn defended. Her opponent will go pawn to a4, pushing the pawn forward, trying to get as far forward as possible. And this is when we need to start looking out for spicy ideas. Like, can Alexandra go pawn to c5? And then if pawn takes, Alexandra can take back with her pawn, attacking the rook, forcing the rook to move. And then I can go pawn to d4, sacrificing that pawn. But after the sacrifice, I get a nice square for the knight. And I'm attacking the queen. No, this seems a bit loose. How's our time situation? Oh, we don't know the time situation because the boards broke down. We're several moves late. Well, give me the moves then. he still has the queen. So knight to d7 was played. And then he did go pawn to a4. So far he's playing my moves, which is not a great sign, in my opinion, because that means he's playing good moves. And Alexandra now goes rook to a7. But that's a big mistake, because now she's giving up the control of the c7. She's given up control of the c6 square. So now after rook to a7, her opponent can capture on d5. And if Alexandra... Ooh, but Alexandra can still capture back with the e-pawn, because even though her pawn is now undefended, she'll be able to start capturing in towards the white king with a double attack on the king and on the bishop. You're living in the past? Rook on a1? Why would he do that, though? Rook to a1? That doesn't make sense, though. And what did Alexandra do? I'm so confused. This is a very inconvenient time for the board to break down. Okay. Rook takes b4 never happened. Of course rook takes b4 happened. What are you talking about? Let me maximize this. Oh, rook takes b4 never happened. What was the position then? How did he manage to recapture with his pawn when this rook is undefended? So he must have gone rook back first. Oh, okay, so this happened. He played rook a1, the knight to d7, pawn to b4, takes, and then rook a7. Okay. Are you with me now, chat? Am I okay? I got very confused there. It's a very inconvenient time for Dina to leave me. With the boards breaking down and everything? Okay. Oh, thank God. Immediately after I fix it, the boards are working again. Typical. Becker goes for the trade between the rooks. And Alexandra recaptures quickly. I want to give a little shout out, and I'm sorry I haven't done this previously, but I only noticed that Alexandra sent me a message straight before the game. To some intel on the opponent, and we want to give a shout out to the Øyvind Jakobsen fan club. Andrea says, Alexandra says, Andrea's opponent's kids and wife will watch the stream. So this is a shout out to Martin, Sofia, and Sondre. We hope your guy loses, but we're happy you're here to watch. I think that's fair. Like, I don't think that's crossing any lines. And Ivan is still thinking about Andreas' move. So Andreas pawn to h3, that was a really good move. It was very important to stop this knight from attacking the white queen. And that has posed some problems to deal with. And if black gets too optimistic here, knight to d5, trying to get the knight to f4, that I was going to say that's going to be a massive mistake because if bishop takes g6. But then I realized that my plan in this variation was to capture the rook, but turns out that rook is actually defended by the bishop. So the sacrifice doesn't work, which means knight to d5 is a potential move for black here, trying to open up the pressure from the queen and then have the knight come into the f4 square afterwards. Okay, instead, knight to h5. Same idea, though. Same idea. Wanting to open up the pressure against the knight, but also trying to get the knight forward to the f4 square. But now, Andrea can go knight to e4, and her knight is very nicely centralized, and it's blocking the bishop's path towards the white king. So this is fine. Andrea will have a nice centralized knight.
Did you just say that you welcome the opponent's family and rooting against them?
Yes.
Chad, and then you say that I am the most cancelable material here.
I said it nicely.
You did say nicely. I was listening. I was just teasing you. I like that. Shout out to Andrea's opponent's family. I actually was thinking about it, especially when girls would be facing kids. And I was realizing, man, what if the parents would be watching? They would not be happy with all this cheerleading out there from my own self and my co-host.
You're only realizing that now, Dina?
Yeah, and I feel bad. Yeah,
You were harsh on the kids yesterday.
I agree.
No, this morning, sorry.
And I mean yesterday, I don't remember when it was. It's all the same day. Oh my god. I want to apologize officially, and if the opponent's family and parents and friends and kids and wives and husbands are watching this, please, this commentary is biased, but it's by no means, we don't take it personally. It's only for the matter of just take it as a cheerleaders on the football stadium dancing around, hoping to bring love and support, but we love all the opponents. I see Papa Bodes in chat. On another note, this was always the case. For example, at the end, the Russian School of Chess believed that bullet and blitz chess is ruining the correct formation of a chess player, and then Nakamura just published a bullet chess book and played better and better. Actually, Papa Bodes is a great point. I actually wanted to point it out. All these guys like Gucci Reza, Pragnananda, Gukesh, all of them, they literally became 2750s, like the elite of chess, by being raised by playing online bullets. So yeah, that's why I say me and Hammer boomers, the chess has changed, and you can become good and strong just by just playing online and just screw all the principles. Just don't mind us playing ugalki corners, me and Hammer putting our rooks and queens in front of 3 pawns.
Okay, I have a correction to make.
Please do.
I called one of Ivan's kids Sondre because I believed Alexandra had misspelled and misunderstood the Norwegian name. But actually, I was wrong. Alexandra was right. And the shout out goes to Martin, Sophia, and Sonde.
Okay, how on earth did you find out about the correction other than the family messaged in chat and you saw that?
Because I got a message from a friend who knows Eyvind, because he's a famous guy in Skeive in northern Norway, the chess club there. And I was corrected as to his kids' names.
Wow. So, damn, Norway must be a small country when it only takes one opponent, so the grandmaster already knows you. But yeah.
Back in the day, Dina, the chess community in Norway was so small that everyone knew everyone. But now, after televised chess and Magnus's rise to the world championship throne, that is no longer the case. Chess has outgrown what we were used to. So let's talk a bit about the pressure Alexandra's opponent is putting in on Alexandra's pawns. Because I assumed that Alexandra would go pawn to c5 here, because you want to keep this b5 pawn still on the board so that it's blocking the white rook from acting in the game. c5 looks like a very good move to me, but Alexandra has instead captured the white pawn, which I am definitely not a fan of, because now white can come in with their rook, attacking both towards the b5 pawn and towards the b6 pawn. Computer says these two moves are equally good, but in practical play, what Alexandra did is a blunder in comparison to the alternative. Because the alternative was that you didn't have to deal with this rook and it making any threats whatsoever. Whereas now, after rook takes b5, which I'm expecting, there's quite a bit of trouble to deal with to keep everything protected.
Man. So many things changed. Isn't that crazy? Ever since I went away. But that's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer this one. Oh boy. Did you guys clap when I was away? Did you guys clap?
What should we be clapping?
Let's fill hammer in. We are clapping whenever we see Alex or Andrea completing their development.
No, we did not do that.
And that's okay if it wasn't move 24 or 25. It happened. So we need to praise that. Hammer, do you breathe now that the knight is on d7?
No, I mean, I was happy and then I became unhappy after the latest move.
Oh.
On the other hand, I'm very happy after the latest moves on Andrea's board. Because her opponent captured the knight in the center, allowing Andrea to get a very nice bishop in the middle of the board. And this bishop is really working its ass off in multiple directions. And then afterwards, black went queen to g5, going for a queen trade. But now the computer believes Andrea is winning this game, because after the queen trade, Andrea can now go rook to b1, attack the pawn on b6, and if that pawn is protected by the black rook, that will allow the white rook to point down towards the black rook. The white pawn will continue forward on the edge of the board, making an additional threat against the black pawn. The black pawn can escape, but then the white pawn, supported by this new amazing bishop in the center of the board, this pawn is just cruising in to become a new queen. And Andrea is officially winning this game as long as she finds this rook to b1 move. She has 6 minutes and 30 seconds left, but I think it's a fairly obvious plan of trying to attack the opponent's pawns, and I think she's going to win this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Andrea Botez has been proven us that she became a grandmaster in endgames. Previous game showed that, and so did this. She will find rook b1 because that's the only logical move here. Just like her opponent found rook a5. What else is she gonna play? Of course she's gonna find that. The only reason she's taking time to think is because she failed the round before, so now she's slightly less confident of her own self, slightly doubting a little bit more. That's why she's taking time, but she's gonna find it. No worries on that one. And yeah, I mean, I'm so proud once again. I'm so proud to see Andrea trading queens. Basically, whenever she trades queens, trust me, this is like a pattern. You can prove me wrong, but whenever Andrea changes her queens, he gets into an endgame that she has advantage. Oh, his pen died. Of course it died. So much pressure, you know, to defend against all this knight jumps and all this B, A4, B4, A5, B5, and then E4. And then, of course, my pen would die too if I saw that. What do you think, Hammer? Would your pen die? Probably yes.
No, I always have a backup pen, Dina.
Of course, because you are paranoid, just as I am. I carry at least 4 pens in my purse. I literally carry more pens than lipsticks. Because I always imagine, never in my life did my pen stop working during the game, and I still all my life have been carrying at least 4 pens in my backpack. Am I right or am I right, Hammer? How many pens
You're
are you
right.
carrying?
Well, I mean, I don't know about carrying, but in my close vicinity of where I'm sitting right now, I have approximately 15 pens.
But let's say you're going to the game. You always carry many pens.
No. Oh, Andrea didn't find rook b1, Dina.
What?
She played rook e1.
So she didn't find a5.
No, but like rook b1 was obvious even so, right? Because if you don't find a5, you can still find this move, and then you can find this move, and you're just increasing the pressure on the black pawns.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she's just a little bit tired.
Yeah, I think so. And Alexandra's opponent spent a ton of time before recapturing with the rook. I have no idea why he spent so much time, because that was a completely obvious move. And Alexandra is under some uncomfortable pressure here. I really think her decision to capture on b5, I think was horrible, even though the computer thinks it was completely fine. I just think you're supposed to try and stop this rook from having a good positioning into the game. And after takes, Alexandra now plays queen a3. This I like. Dina, this I'm a fan of.
Yeah, me too. She's activating by force her rook once the queens get trade off. And still the position is... Okay, rook b3. Never mind, queen a1. Actually, I was gonna say the position... I mean, she definitely doesn't have an advantage, but she's not worse either.
I don't know. She might be better. She just... It's really important she needs to take on c4. So that she... Basically, she wants her weak pawn, the pawn that the white bishop is pointing in towards, she wants that pawn to be as close to her king as possible. Because here the king can step forward and protect the pawn. And then if white tries to offer another trade, then she can go and say, like, no, I don't want to trade. I want to try and beat you. There are some situations here where black getting the king into play much faster than white can actually lead to an advantage. Oh God, she didn't go queen a1.
What?
She went queen a2. What is this move? Queen a2? What are you doing? Why are you allowing pawn takes on d5? Is she just going to take back, Dina? She's giving herself 3 pawn islands against the one white. Oh my God, I'm tingling in my grandmaster veins, Dina. 3 pawn islands? I hate that. That is not okay. And on Andrea's board, she gets another opportunity to go after this b6 pawn.
Yeah.
Hammer's pawn structuritis is acting up. Good one, Willie. I like that.
I do feel bad. I do feel bad about it. I don't know what to say here. I don't want to be self-promoting and stuff and yapping around.
Of course not, Dina.
Yeah, yapping around the basics that the videos that I make about pawn islands and pawn structures. We've said it up. We've said enough about this. Oh.
Okay, Dina goes.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Andrea does go after the b6 pawn, but she uses the wrong rook.
Give me a second.
So after rook a to b1, she should have used the other rook, because then black would not be able to protect the pawn, because the white pawn would be able to progress along the side of the board, supported by the bishop in the center. In Andrea's game, Alexandra's game, after the trade in the center, Alexandra's opponent has given a check on the king with his queen, but that's a mistake, surely. That cannot be a good move, because now after king to g7, the rook is under attack. The white queen went into an attacking position, but it feels a bit rash for white to attack this soon. He should have tried to secure his king positioning first, moving his king out on the edge of the board, in my opinion. But instead, he's gone for the immediate queen up, check on the king. King moves up. Then now the rook comes, and that's a blunder. Computer gives winning advantage for Alexandra after this move. That's a blunder. I don't know why that is a blunder, but it's a blunder according to the computer. Alexandra can win the game. I'm still not understanding how. Is it knight to c5? Knight to c5? Is that the move? Knight to c5 is also good. Dina,
Hammer,
you're saying
you
queen...
forgot. Yeah, you forgot that how yapping around you were on Alexandra's queen a2. Little did you know that she has prepared a swindler. She has calculated all that. She was setting a trap voluntarily for her opponent, and it worked. It worked. Now,
I still...
Queen d2 on the board.
Queen d2 is on the board, but what happens after bishop f1?
Rook to a2. No. Okay.
I think it's knight c5, right? It has to be knight c5.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, so I had the right idea, but the wrong execution.
Yeah.
It's better to first go with the queen to d2, and then knight c5 is brilliant because it interrupts the protection between the queen and the rook.
Yeah, this looks tempting, but actually this also works. After queen d7, this is another trap. This is winning for black.
Ooh, bishop f1 is on the board.
But here the only move is unfindable. The only move after rook a2 is h3. No, oh, sorry. Good luck on finding this one. This will never happen.
But if he does find h3, then maybe Alexandra's in trouble?
No, it's a call. h3, just knight to c5 again, or king h6, and after queen d7, we're... Oh my god, this is high-level stuff. King h6. I mean,
h6 is great.
Alexandra needs to take time and...
She played king h6. She spent no time and she didn't find any of the moves.
No, but wait, king h6 is a good one. It's a good one because she keeps up with the pressure. She has the idea. She has the slightly confused execution, but she sees the idea.
She had 12 minutes remaining, Dina. She had 12 minutes remaining and an easy winning move.
Yeah.
And now instead she's allowing white to go into defense with the rook, chasing the queen. And then when the queen goes back, you can just trade the queens.
She's counting on the fact that her opponent, once he went up, he will never go back. She's setting another trap. Rook to c7 is losing due to everything.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Since everything is losing, it's going to be easy for him to avoid that.
True.
But also, queen d8 is not queen d8 fine? Ooh, queen d8 is not fine. Okay, that's good.
There's
Queen d8, you just check, and you get out of the checks.
He doesn't have time. That's why she played fast, right?
Yeah,
She's
but you're
playing
not
on
supposed to do that. When you have a winning position, you're supposed to spend your time to figure out the right move. You only play fast if you think you're not objectively winning. And he finds rook d3.
Yeah. Well, imagine in this situation, Alexandra doesn't see the tactic. Then she thinks rook a2, queen takes, and check. So instead, I'm gonna be smarter.
But this was also winning, you said. So that's why she should have spent some time calculating, because she had two different winning variations. Oh, I'm a bit upset right now because I wanted her to win. I'm not upset because, I'm angry. I'm upset because I'm sad.
Listen, she's gonna win. Don't you worry. She's gonna win. It's like just because the position is equal, her opponent is in 3 minutes. She keeps up with the threats. She's gonna make it work. Queen e1, I expect. She's taking a little bit of thought. That's probably because she realized...
Yeah, no, but that's because she realizes that she messed up and she's allowing her opponent to get back into defense. And now because she knows she messed up and she knows she was winning, she's not going to keep her objectivity. Now she's going to do some kind of crazy sacrifice that would have worked earlier. And
she's not Andrea.
She's her sister.
Yeah, but she's more mature. I mean, listen, this equal thing, it's not clear. I think on practical level, Alexandra still puts a lot of pressure. I think she's gonna make it work. She's taking time, I think, because she realized what just happened. You know what else can happen? Sometimes when you're fatigued, Hammer, accidents, like it happened to me, I'm sure it happened to you. Chad, this is very insane, but sometimes one can actually accidentally make the second move of the line instead of making the first. And in her mind, she was like, okay, rook a2, check, king h7, king h6, got it. Okay, so king h6.
No, I'm not criticizing the move, Dina. I'm not criticizing. I swear, I'm not criticizing the move. I'm criticizing the time usage. It doesn't matter whether she got the move right or not. The fact that she didn't spend any time is the mistake. Mistakes will happen. That's fine. But not even trying to figure out the solution once you get this big opportunity, that's what's not okay. And now she's spending lots of time. And this is such a typical scenario where if you had spent this time you're doing now, because now you're spending a lot of time because you're realizing, oh, there's no attack. He's going to come back into defense with his queen. and you're upset with yourself and you're looking for, oh, can I find some white? That this time she wouldn't have needed to spend this time if not for the fact that she had rushed the previous move. So it's better sometimes to take your time in the important moments so that you don't have to stress out after you've kind of missed your opportunity.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's so hard to know when you have an opportunity. This is true, and that is a chess skill, but that is also a chess skill Alexandra possesses. Alexandra knew that something was up. She was moving her queen in towards a white king that didn't have the queen in defense. Alexandra is plenty good enough to know that she had a moment, and I think she kind of knew because she moved the king out here, right?
Yeah.
King out to h6 is not something you play in a standard position. It's because you think something is up.
Okay, Hammer. Queen E1 happened. She is okay.
I
she's
just don't
taking
want her
one
to
move.
lose this.
No,
It's
she's not gonna.
messing up and making a draw, that's fine. Like, she's going to be very upset, but at the end of the day, we can make her think that, surviving the double round intact is already pretty decent. But if she loses after having a winning move and she didn't find it because she rushed, that is a killer.
Yeah, so basically, just to be precise, surviving the game in which you did not develop the knight and put your rooks in front of 4 pawns, and so did your opponent, is a good thing. Agreed on that, Hammer.
Yes.
How's Andrea doing?
Andrea is better, but she's down to just 1 minute and 45 seconds.
But her bishop controls the whole board, so whenever the knight jumps, it's okay. So she can just play g3 maybe, no?
Oh yeah, I was thinking rook to b1, but then the knight can come in with a check, and that's actually winning for black. That is very bad news. And if she goes g3, like you said, Dina, then the knight can come in and attack both the rooks. I like Andrea's move, rook e3, because now she's preventing knight to d3.
Yes.
Oh my god, the German guy does not go for the queen trade. Dina, we're back in business. We're back in business. This is winning again.
I
have no idea why it's winning. Okay, my first instinct is to go rook here, trade the queens, and then knight f6. And then I'm trying to get this knight involved in an attack against the king. And that is the correct answer according to the computer. But Alexandra doesn't think it's possible to win with a queen trade. Or that's at least a stereotype I created right now.
No, it's a good one. It's a good one. This is getting excite me. For those who are asking, this is the second day of the double round, and we have a very nice giveaway going on for this tournament. Make sure you are participating by using the command raffle, filling in the Google Doc, using the email address that you have already used affiliated in your account, Coinbase. Claim at the very least $20 for free using the code BotezLive20, and we're gonna have 4 winners today. $2,500 actually today is gonna be played out, ruffled. So yeah, lots of exciting news. Knight d5 on the board for Andrea. It is a fork. Is Andrea gonna lose one of her rooks? No, she will not, because her bishop is out there to save the rooks.
But now she did lose her nicely placed bishop in the center of the board.
Yeah,
Computer
and
is
another
giving.
Go ahead.
Computer's giving Andrea a big advantage here, but I guess it's because of rook to e1 and moving the rook back to attack the pawn on b6. And rook to e1 is an incredibly difficult move to find because she just played rook to e3 2 moves ago. But the circumstances have changed, and now getting your rook back towards this pressure is good again. And she finds it. Rook e1 played.
Wow, man.
Good move by Andrea.
Impressive stuff. That's such an impressive stuff. Wow, man. Congratulations to Andrea on finding the right plan.
And both players playing very quickly in this time scramble. I remember the opening of this game, Andrea's game. Both players were playing so quick, but then we've had a phase where they're spending a lot of time, and now it's all about the scramble. They're currently on move 36. Andrea needs to make an additional 4 moves. And that should be fine, actually. 4 more moves, but she has a minute left. She also gets 30 seconds extra per move that's made. And on Alexandra's board, Alexandra is on move 37. Alexandra needs to make an additional 4 moves. And she needs to trade the queens to win.
Did Alexandra play rook a1? Not yet.
She has 4 minutes to think about this.
See, Hammer, she is taking her time.
Well, now she is, but now it's not obvious that the queen trade is winning.
All right. Dring, dring, dring. What's that, chat? Andrea is loading. Andrea is loading the engine. Andrea is loading her Ferrari engine. She's going after the b6 pawn. Dring, dring. But don't worry, this time she got the police report. She's gonna keep the speed limit.
What a tense end to this round.
Who would have
This is-
thought, right?
Yeah, this is the 7th hour of gameplay today. They already played a morning round. And they've got to be tired. Everyone's tired at this point. But if you
yeah.
allow yourself to trade the queens, Alexandra, you will win this game. And Andrea, using her rooks, she is going to put a lot of pressure on her opponent as well. Andrea, actually, after rook a5 now, Andrea should go f3 and then bring her rook to d4. This is a nice plan. Maybe she should go rook b1 and then f3 and bring the king. Getting the king towards the d4 square is very nice for her.
Man, if that was happening, I would just come straight there into that playing hole and give Andrea the biggest hug I've ever had and kiss her in the forehead. Had the king.
He goes rook e5 instead, which kind of suggests that she's struggling with her plan of action because she first went back and then went forward. Alexandra does not find rook to a1. She plays knight f6. But this is also better for her. The problem is that now white can go for the queen trade under favorable circumstances, as opposed to the queen trade on the f2 square, after which this knight becomes very annoying. Apparently, even here you have to go rook a1, which is not an obvious move. But Alexandra retains her initiative here. But the question is, after queen to d1, is she planning to go for the queen trade? Or does she want to try and avoid the queen trade, after which the computer thinks it's equal again?
Okay, Hammer, just very quick. Can you explain us once again why trading queens is good?
Well, it's not really clear why it's good, but the reasoning is that here this bishop is in massive trouble.
Yeah.
So if the bishop moves forward, then the knight comes up, check, king moves, and then white is in a Zugzwang. White cannot move this bishop without getting checkmated on the f2 square. So if bishop moves, checkmate. But at the same time, if you just sit here, then this black pawn will make its way forward to become a new queen. So this is like very 10 moves ahead kind of strat. Queen e2 has been, sorry, knight f6, queen e2 has been played. Yeah, and now the difference now is that we're not able to force the king to the f3 square, so we're not able to go for the Zugzwang thingy. But Alexandra also doesn't trade the queen, so she doesn't understand that the queen trade is favorable for her, and instead she avoids the queen trade and loses all of her advantage. And part of the reason why the queen trade is so good is because long term, black has this pawn on the side of the board that can make its way all the way up to become a new queen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why she wanted the queen trade, simply to remove some of the white defenders. Whereas now, after queen to b1, rook to d1, the situation is such that getting this pawn forward is now pretty much impossible in comparison because white has two pieces pointed towards that square.
I'm still positive here. I still expect Alexandra to find a way to make it right.
Well, I don't know about
Ooh.
winning, but I'm expecting her to still manage to put some pressure on her opponent.
And look
And
at
it would
what
help.
yeah.
It would help if she could get if she could get some help from her opponent, and if she can get to move 40 to get more additional time.
And look at what Andrea have done. Oh my lens, this is a complete domination on the king side. I mean, come on. That woman doesn't have the right to complain. She literally plays rook endgames like a grandmaster, and then all her whining about not getting the results. Honestly, she could give a lesson to all of us included on how to outplay any opponent in the rook endgame.
Big moment for her now. It's very important that she retains this tension between the two pawns and exploits the fact that the black rook on b7 is unprotected. There's no need to do something about these two pawns. Just continue bringing your king into the middle of the board.
Yeah, because the king is the strongest piece in the...
And this is move 41. This is move 41.
She's got the time!
Yeah, but last time she made a blunder on move 41.
It's okay, don't worry. It was
and she said that she decided not to do that next time. She's looking at her score sheet. She's looking at her opponent's score sheet. She said something. She tried to get him to confirm that they had reached move 40.
Yeah, she's fine. She's gonna take her time. She knows. She's gonna take her time. King to
E3. She has 15 seconds left, and she's not looking stressed. So it looks like she realizes that she's going to let the time go. She's going to trust herself that she has made enough moves. In the meantime, Alexandra is putting pressure in towards the white pawn in the center. That's the furthest back. And if Alexandra's opponent now tries to trade both the rooks and the bishop, both the rook and the queen, that could be very problematic for him. But maybe it's fine, actually, now that I think about it. It's very risky to trade a lot of pieces when you know your opponent has this guy potentially rushing forward. Oh, Alexandra's opponent lets his time run out because they also made move 40.
Right.
Okay. Move 40. Both games still in play. Andrea only has to find the king centralizing idea to win her game, while Alexandra is going to try to squeeze this endgame. Dina, let's check what happens if rook to d3. So after rook to d3, takes, knight to e4. I think the only defensive move is bishop takes e4. Would I be correct in making that assumption?
No. Any move works.
Because it feels very risky for white to go into the endgame with this pawn still alive. Had this pawn been on the b4 square already, then this would have been game over. Speaking of game over, king e3 on the board in Andrea's game.
And
She's gonna
she
win this
runs
one.
away to take a breath. That's my girl. That's the way to play. So proud. Impressive move. Impressive run of the king towards the center. We are witnessing right now the mastery, the true mastery, the domination of white. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Petrosian in a skirt. Tigran Petrosian in a skirt, confirmed.
The old one, not the PP and the Pampers one.
All right. Anatoly Karpov in the skirt, confirmed.
Alexandra's opponent did not dare going for the trade of the rooks, and now Alexandra can go pawn to b5, Dina. This is a big moment for Alexandra. She can sacrifice the pawn on b5, but then if it's captured, white's entire defensive structure is ruined. And Alexandra would be able to pick up all the white pawns afterwards.
Wow. She's gonna find it. She's gonna find it.
Maybe queen to d2. No, but then the pawn just continues. Same
Yes.
idea.
And the queen
If
takes b4.
Takes.
And you give me your grandmaster title.
Damn it.
It's okay, don't worry. You thought you would win a rook. That's fine. Checkmated one. No, actually, yeah, here this is all good. Just don't rush with the b4. Actually, anything.
What the frick am I doing? Am I doing king h5?
No, just anything. What?
Rook b3 is not anything. That's a really awkward placement of.
Okay. I agree. Yeah. Other freaks are queen e8 and queen e7. Queen e7 actually makes sense because you want to do that, right? But then, oh god, they just take.
How is this okay?
It's okay, but black doesn't have anything after 94. Okay, but
I have no idea why the computer is not more optimistic on Alexandra's behalf, but I do like this pawn to b5 move. Just get that pawn as far up as possible. That's how you win the game.
Yeah. I mean, I still believe in Alexandra here. I think it's easier. Okay, chat. I don't know if we highlighted this enough or not, but this thing on e3, this is not a pawn. Okay? This is only half a pawn because there is no way that this could move. Imagine how much this is not a pawn that black, even if they give away this thing on their past pawn, the passer, even if black gives away the passer, position is still equal because so much this thing doesn't matter here. Which brings us back 100 years ago. I mean, 20 moves ago, when white played f4, we should have put not 2, but 5 question marks to that move, because that was a big mistake, creating this backwards pawn. This is a backward pawn. Queen e4 is an outpost. This is a very typical example of how not to play chess for white. And Alexandra is clearly taking the advantage of white's weaknesses. Unfortunately, right now, we do not have any tactical execution for that. But on strategical level, Alexandra's position looks truly perfect to me.
I mean, perfect is a bit of a stretch, but it looks good.
All right, a little bit light on that, but
But Dina, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
I just realized after b5, what about g4?
Yeah, that's the first line. Good one.
Because it's very logical. You're threatening both pawn to g5, and to use the bishop to kick the queen out.
Oh yeah. Man, I don't think he will find it. I don't think he will think of it, but if he were to find it, if white were to find it, then I would clap. Because it's like, it's not obvious. It's not your first instinct thinking about pushing the pawn in front of your king. If you do so, yeah. Oh god. G5.
I need dark square control, Dina.
You do.
Like here, Alexandra's still better.
Right.
It's tremendously complicated. I have no idea what's going on here. But computer is saying I played half decent moves at least. Now I'm kind of scared that black is losing because I don't see how to defend this one.
Yeah, this will unlikely happen. He moved. He played Rook A. What?
Well, Andrea's opponent moved.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, chat.
But Andrea can still just go with the king to take out the rook. She's got this completely under control.
Man, this is a dream come true. I mean, look at how easy it is. But yeah.
Alexandra goes king g7. Did she see the g4 move? Because if she did, that's high level.
I think she did. Also, she's just improving her position. Her goal here is to keep the tension.
You think?
Yeah, well, that's also
she wants to go
idea.
h5.
I love that. Oh, that's a great thing. I didn't think about that. Man, this is some high level stuff. This is
Maybe she can go h6 g5.
Yeah.
She's got some definite pressure here. I did like the more immediate pressure with the pawn, because I think white can still go g4 here. But now it's less obvious because there's no threat of a fork.
Yes, agreed. And it's also like, what if it's both prophylactics and also the idea of pushing the h pawn? Man, if Alex pushes her pawn to h4 and it brings the knight to g3, oh my god, I'm gonna give my WGM title to her. Honestly.
No, but she had a game. She had a game in Iceland that is very reminiscent of this. Or maybe it was Prague. It was the French game. I think she ended up drawing in the end, but she should have been winning. And it was the same kind of constellation with the rook and knight versus rook and bishop, but with all pawns on the king's side, and her knight having access to some very juicy squares.
Well, you know, Howard, this is
anyone in chat remember the one I'm talking about? It was against the Middle Eastern guy, whose name I forget. Abdul Khalman, maybe?
Yeah, I wasn't following that one, but that's exactly what I meant, Hammer. In this position, black has such a big margin of just slowly building up the position, improving, putting the pressure. And remember, it's all mind game, and Alexandra is the best at this. She has proven that in this tournament, but when the way she beat her sister and many other opponents, she's the best at getting into the head of your opponent. So making your opponent believe that like you have an advantage, keeping up. She still has the pass pawn. Every single piece here is better. Queen is better. Pass pawn. Rook is better. Knight is better than the opponent's rook, opponent's queen, opponent's bishop, and opponent's e3 pawn. So, hey, I declare this game is gonna be a win for Alexandra. She did move. What did she do?
Well, Andrea moved.
Oh, okay.
People are still. The reason, guys, that we're not giving Andrea a lot of attention right now is because we're completely convinced she's going to win.
Oh my god, she did play king d4. Bravo, my lady. Bravo. And she took the pawn on b5. I mean, come on. Honestly, how dare you talking back about this game that you're so good at? That was a compliment, okay?
Yeah, no, chat is just upset I'm not completely up to date on the board.
Fine, it's fine. I mean, I want to get the point straight. Andrea here got all the advantage in the endgame. She outplayed her opponent in the endgame, and especially in the rook part of the endgame. And you know why? Because she mastered this part. This is a skill. This is the understanding that she developed that her opponent has not. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not just because Andrea plays good. There's no such a thing. You just wake up and play good. You use your skill. You use your knowledge, your experience, and the conclusions that you've done from the previous games that you had. And I'm also positive with Alexandra here.
Yeah, I'm not as convinced as you are, Dina, but
I think
she definitely has some very uncomfortable pressure on her opponent.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
feel a lot better if I could see her play h5 though.
We're gonna see that. We're gonna see that. And see she's using the opponent's time to figure things out. Yeah.
Or maybe she can just go b5 next, Dina. Like if pawn to g3, trying to get the bishop to attack the queen, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just return to the b5 plan?
Yeah.
Bishop attacks queen. I'm not even sure we need to retreat the queen. We can even go for the queen trade. And then takes, and this pawn is going to be really annoying for white. White probably needs to do something like this. And then at least we have an endgame with an extra pawn. No, actually the king attacks the rook and we cannot keep the rook defending the pawn. I don't know. I think Alexandra's game is very, very tricky. I think some of my concern with Alexandra's game, it's like she has very good chances to squeeze out a win, but it's just that she had the win earlier. So it's a bit, I'm also kind of not forgetting what happened.
Yeah, you're not letting it go.
Like,
I see.
yeah, no, I feel like the game should have been over to calm all our nerves. Imagine though if she wins 5 out of 5. What a revenge after the Formentera tournament.
Okay,
And the other girl who was on a perfect score, 4 out of 4, she has lost her game. So if Alexandra wins this, she will be the only player on 5 out of 5. And even with a draw, she'll still be in the lead.
listen, Hammer, here is the thing I'm gonna tell you. Yes, Alexandra had a win at one moment, but first of all, she needed to find knight c5. And secondly, she might have found that rook a2 idea. You might want to show it if I am able to find it. But there is that sort of blunder when you intend to go for a line and then you calculate like rook a2, queen d7, king h6, and I win. And then
But that's not what happened, Dina.
wait. Listen, you gotta get the point. And tell me if you didn't have this in your games. And then you're like, yes, I'm doing rook a2. And then your hand subconsciously, there is like a bug in the system, and you do the second move of the line you were calculating instead of doing the first. Thinking that you're doing the first.
I didn't know that was such a standard thing, Dina, honestly.
Oh,
but I've done
yeah.
that like 2 or 3 times in competition.
Yeah.
I
And
played
so
that.
did
But
me.
that's not
Yeah.
what happened here.
This is
She
how
played
I would explain.
she played too quickly for that to have been what happened.
All right. Well, anyway, I think what is important to highlight right now is that Alexandra has never been so risk-free dominant in the game ever before that now. She has never been using her opponent's weaknesses so clearly ever before than now. For the first time ever, we are seeing, and she did move the pawn. Oh, she played g3. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, okay, it's official. She's gonna win this. She's gonna win this because she's just gonna remove the queen. Her queen is better than the opponent's queen. Her rook is better than the opponent's rook. Her knight is better than the opponent's bishop. She got the passed pawn, which is 10 times better, like the opponent's pawn. So every single piece that we compare is in Alexandra's favor. She's dominating both strategically, and not only strategically, but also it's a risk-free situation. And yeah, I'm confident. Yes, it's gonna be a win 2 hours later than what Hammer wanted, but this is like a case when she's gonna just suffocate her opponent.
What about g4?
Let's take.
h5?
Sorry, it wasn't me, it was the engine.
Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting because I was gonna go g5 and chase the knight away, but now with the h5 move, the pawn is protecting the knight so that the knight can move forward. And this is very uncomfortable for white.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this h5 move. I like it a lot. What about queen e7? Can she go queen e7 instead of queen e8?
Also works. Also, queen e6 works.
Okay, so just anything keeping the queens on the board.
Yeah, because I mean, not blundering the queen.
That is her go-to. Yeah, no,
Oh yeah.
that's her go-to.
Because okay, this is
Then
just
we go
important.
into this.
Yeah, highlight that this is always gonna be winning for. Oh, not this. Not
She
this.
has knight h5.
Yeah.
She has knight h5.
Oh my, this
that's
is actually
a big move.
Yeah, that's hard to spot, right?
Yeah,
From
that's
far.
a big move. It's hard to spot from afar, but that also means he might blunder into it.
Oh, right. Absolutely. She might find it. Because here takes on d4. It's
The king gets stuck.
I mean, it's hard. It's also hard. He wouldn't go here because, I mean, he would never. No one would ever. This is a beautiful way. There is no way.
On e7, he would go, maybe.
I don't know what's happening right now. For some reason, this
why are you not taking the pawn?
Because that line also works. I don't know why. I was just curious. Something happened.
You have to
Oh,
go
no.
like knight e4, but here you have some chances. But I
Chief.
think if white goes queen e7 instead, then there's no way to protect against the checks. Because now knight e4, you can just give checks here.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, Andrea is mopping up with her opponent. Andrea is 100% sure gonna win, and Alexandra has played queen to e7. That's a great move. Great move. That means she saw that knight to h5 idea. And I'm not sure her opponent is going to see it. I guess he's going to see it. He has a lot of time. Both of them are moving very quickly after the time scramble.
Wow. Man, are we gonna see the double win for tonight?
That would be incredible.
Andrea just smashed this third pawn. She's officially crushing her opponent. Oh boy. Dear family. Wait, it's Andrea's opponent who's Norwegian, right?
Yeah.
Dear family, if you're watching this, your hero played really well. Just did the few mistakes entering the endgame and dealing with the endgame. But middle game was great. I think there was even like a clear way to get advantage somewhere, like knight to d5, right? That middle game.
Knight g4 followed by rook a5. If he'd gone with the knight to attack Andrea's queen and then gone with the rook, it would have been very, very good for him.
Right. And also I was trying to remember that earlier when Andrea just gave away a pawn when in the middle game. But okay, let's follow up. We'll see that in the analysis. For now, what matters is that Andrea is winning. King to d7. Now king to c5. Let's go.
King will protect the rook, and then this other rook will come in to chase the black king away. And it's all very much under control.
Yeah.
And Alexandra's opponent is thinking, this one is a big one. If Alexandra wins, she's going to be leading the tournament alone. No one else has won all 5 games if she manages.
I mean, man. Alexandra's cooking. Look, she's looking at her opponent. She's trying to read his mind. Do some telepathy.
That is actually freaky. She's actually staring him down. What the? I mean, I would not be comfortable having a person with vampire tendencies staring at me like that.
And oh, sorry, wrong button. And we are sliding into 11,000 viewers on Twitch in the meantime, and almost 6,000 viewers on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. I see you all, and I welcome you to this delightful morning, afternoon, evening, whatever you are. We are witnessing here the second victory for the Botez family for today by Andrea. And Alexandra is cooking, and that's a perfect time for me to remind you that we are playing today for $2,500 in giveaway if you participate in the raffle by using the command raffle and Coinbase. Thank you, Coinbase, the sponsor of our event. $20,000 in crypto for the entire tournament of Sardinia Chess Festival. Every day we have giveaways.
Oh my
Coinbase-
God.
What?
Sorry, Dina.
It's okay. We already participated. Once you submitted your claim, you are enrolled for the whole tournament. And I trust on everyone has already submitted their claims. All right, Hammer, what is going on there?
He just played his pawn to a square that Alexander is controlling with 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces.
Do you
And
want
he's opening up for the rook to potentially capture the pawn on g3 as well.
my honest opinion?
Yeah.
Well, why are you acting so surprised? I literally told you he's gonna crack under the pressure of Alexandra. Didn't you see her stare? Didn't you see the way she was staring at her opponent?
She did stare quite intently, but I didn't have the imagination to predict such a move.
And the most beautiful part about it is that whatever Alexandra does, it's all winning. Knight takes c4, f takes c4, d takes c4. My
Is rook
guess.
takes winning as well? No.
This one
Rook
less.
takes is the only thing that's not winning.
I mean, it's still better. It's much better, but I guess that he maybe wanted to go here, but he might have like either forgotten about g3 or thought that this 2 equals 2. But hey, it's not the case right here, Susie.
This is kind of drawish, no?
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, I'm getting this one. Ooh, but there's a trap, Dina. There's a trap you cannot take.
Oh, well, I don't have to take.
Yeah,
Apparently-
but let me show the trap.
Oh, please do.
If queen takes h3, it's a draw because of queen check, king moves, and then queen gives another check, allowing the queen to be captured. But then afterwards, it's actually white who wins because there's no longer a rook to put a pin down towards the white king, allowing the white bishop to capture the queen.
Beautifully executed. Even though f takes e4 is already on the board, we are finishing up the important discussion here, which says this is chess, no checkers. So we can go back. We don't have to take. On that note, it would be still fallen into the trap because we would lose our winning chances. Luckily here, any move would win. Any other move would win. But in any case, that would not have happened because we already have pawn takes.
Yeah, and after pawn takes, I'm really surprised Alexandra's opponent did not play pawn to g4. He took on b5, but that has allowed Alexandra to take the pawn on g3, which number one is a very important pawn, but also has now given Alexandra access to attack the white king. And Alexandra now is planning knight to h5. For instance, if king moves up to try and chase the rook away, then knight to h5, the rook doesn't even need to move, and the knight doesn't need to protect the pawn on d5, because if now queen takes pawn, Alexandra can sacrifice her rook, give a check on the king, lure the king into an unfortunate position, after which the knight will end the game with a fork, an attack against the king and an attack against the queen. And right now it's a race. Which sister is going to win this game first? So we thought it was obviously going to be Andrea, but Alexandra's position is improving at an extraordinary rate.
I mean, the worst part about it, Hammer, is that there was a moment we thought both of the sisters were gonna lose, and that was not such a long time ago, if I were to remind you. So honestly, little does it matter who wins first, as long as they both win, which is already a huge achievement if you looked at the game earlier on. And I do want to highlight that I can bet anything you want that e4 happened because Alexandra's opponent got a bit tired and brain fogged. It actually blundered that the g3 would be hanging because of the pawn. He forgot. That's an easy blunder. And the proof to my theory here is that rook g3 is the only move to claim advantage. So, okay, the other it's like a knight. Yeah, he wouldn't see knight to g3 because it would be the queen would be pinned. So that's how I would explain his decision making. And that's a typical blunder. You know, you forgot that this was hiding and now it's not hiding, and that's like a kind of a discovered attack pattern. Hammer?
Yeah, I agree. He must have missed something, and I guess the pawn on g3 is the most likely candidate. Yes.
Amazing outcome of everything what have just happened. And in the meantime, we're witnessing how Andrea Botez is playing with her prey. Alexandra is looking at Andrea. First time she can breathe. Her opponent went away because he couldn't believe what he has done on the board. And we
King
don't
h2 played, and now if Alexandra plays knight to h5, she's going to finish this in style.
Oh boy, blundering the pawn on d5, and then blundering the rook on g2, and then
And she finds it. She doesn't even take that much time.
oh my god.
When it comes to easy tactics, honestly, Alexandra's puzzle rush is not that good, her record, but it is kind of a specialty of hers, these kind of 2-3 move tactics. And she saw that pretty much instantly. Well, probably she had prepared it, having thought on her opponent's time. She didn't really make any suspense, though, in our commentary, because we thought we were going to milk this moment a little bit, but she's already gone ahead and moved more pieces into the attack against the white king.
What can I say? Hammer. I'm just happy that you approved the theory that I was suggesting, that Alexandra is not rushing. She is being effective with the time management and spending the most time effectively when her opponent is thinking. Not that it's relevant here. I mean, crazy. Who would have thought? What a crazy outcome. Oh no, my queen on d5 would get under a huge pressure. Was it to be blundered? I mean, he probably saw it now.
Yeah, he's not going to take on d5. He's not going to give us the pleasure of a nice finish. He's going to play rook to f1 instead. And then after rook f1, I would probably go... No, you still have to be accurate here. I think I would probably go e3, and then queen takes... Now the queen is protecting, but then you go e2, attacking the rook. And once the rook moves, then you can take on f4, and you have this double attack. So we should be fine. Emphasis on should. We're not taking anything for granted.
Yeah.
But this could be a 5th win in a row. And with this win, Alexandra's going to score another 9.5 rating points, which means Alexandra is already gaining more than 35 points on this tournament so far. And I think that's more than she lost in Spain, right?
I guess so. Man, you know what the most dangerous thing that could happen?
What is the first prize? Sorry. I'm going to do some research. You go ahead.
Yeah. You know what's the most dangerous thing that can happen after this tournament is that Alexandra gets so inspired by her play that she's gonna do another tournament.
Oh my god, Dina, the first prize is 1,500 euros. 1,500 euros, first prize.
Man,
That's
we literally
honestly one of the better prizes I would have won ever.
give away 2,500 every day. You sure you calculated correctly? Maybe there is an extra zero that's missing there.
No, I mean, in chess terms, this is good prices, Dina. I can't help that you've been spoiled.
I mean, we have 20,000 giveaway for this tournament. But okay. I think what matters here, it's okay, Amr. I think
There's
what
also
matters.
a prize, 500 euros for the best women.
Well, Alexandra does not put her title for a reason. She doesn't believe in women's titles, nor would she ever accept a women's title because she would get it as a
But would she
offense.
accept a women's prize?
No, she would get offended from it. On that note, I think she would be way more proud. She would give the 1,500 to the organizers back, but get the cup with the pride. Get the cup for the pride, the win of the win. But actually, I feel like I'm being very harsh on Hammer. I want to back him up. I do agree 1,500 is a lot. And as a matter of fact, we have lots of tournaments where a bunch of grandmasters is competing for the first prize, which can be something like even 1,200, like even less than that. 1,500 is a good prize for a strong open that has a bunch of grandmasters. And this open is, let me remind you, is under 2,000. So no, I was actually roasting Hammer because it was a good moment, but yeah.
Chris is making a joke on, well, it's not even a joke, is it? Hammer's extra excited because the Norwegian krone is so weak right now that 1,500 euros is a lot of money compared to what it was like 5 years ago.
All right, because you guys are still not in the Eurozone.
Yeah, no.
That's a good one. Well, listen, guys. We got the moves. We got the moves on the board. And unfortunately, Queen Gambit, Botez Gambit, did not happen. The guy found it and played Queen to B8. Now, Alexandra's gonna play her favorite King H6, I guess. Or Queen H4. Anything works.
And Andrea's opponent resigns the game. Andrea wins it first. Congratulations.
That is official. Andrea is winning her game. Congratulations. Well played. Well done. She might not be the happiest person out there because she's definitely still having flashbacks from this morning. But what is important for us is that she is healing her wounds. And we need that because there are still 4 more rounds to go. And we need to keep up with the, positive aura. So that's an extremely important point for Andrea to continue enjoying the tournament and believing in herself.
Yeah, GG's, Andrea.
Nicely done.
Still 4 more, yes. And one of those 4 is a morning round. Or to Dina, they're middle of the night rounds.
Don't remind me. Don't you even remind me about my misery. Hey, I'm not I was thinking about it. I have no right to complain. You know for who it's worse? It's worse for our moderator and the producer because they are on the Pacific coast. And you understand, the Pacific coast, it's basically the whole night in front of
Oh
a
no.
10-hour
Oh no
stream.
no.
What?
Queen F6. Dina, the computer
What?
didn't like it.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't you worry, dear.
No,
It's
but
fine.
now Queen A5.
Yeah, it's okay.
What was it she could have played? She could have played Queen H4. Why didn't she go Queen H4? Then she's threatening here because she's X-raying the rook. And after Queen E5, she can hide the king. Why did she not go Queen H4, Dina?
Why are you yelling at me? She's your student, not mine. I take the responsibility for Andrea. You figure out how Alexandra works.
Okay, I don't want to take this queen. I don't like that.
But this is still winning completely.
No, I want to go Rook D3.
Yeah, but this is not as winning because she got this. Instead, if we take this and then she gets here, and then you got this and you got that, and then you got that, and you're completely winning, man. What are you complaining about? You're. I mean.
What were you saying about completely winning as you allow the pawn to become a new queen?
Wait. How about this?
Oh no, it's check. It's check. It doesn't matter if it's check.
Okay, this is this. Okay, here we need a little bit of precisement. I agree. This is a bit complicated, but I mean, bright side, imperfection. That's fine. The position is winning.
Yeah, Queen E5 is not on the board yet. Maybe after Queen E5, she can go G5.
Okay. It's fine. But Queen E5 is the
This is
best.
stressing me out, Dina.
Okay, I understand that.
Can we take here?
Ooh, juicy. Ooh, look at that. Oh my god, what's that? Ooh, that's some beautiful mastery by Grandmaster. Oh my lands. If she does that, that's gonna be official. She's gonna be the Petrosian of Romania. You know why? Because Petrosian would always sacrifice exchange.
Yeah.
That exchange sacrifice would enter into the books.
She's not going to do that with 16 minutes left, though.
Too much stress for a King Hammer. I love that. He didn't do that. Queen to B8.
He didn't.
Nope.
Rook F1. So I guess we take the pawn.
Yeah.
Then F5. We go Queen D2. F6 and hide the king. Oh, Dina. I don't want to have my king in the middle of the board. I guess it's fine.
It's only checkmate in 7 for black.
I guess this is fine. Oh God, Dina, what are you doing?
Oh, I have an extra letter for you, okay? I have an extra letter. You can take it.
Oh, okay, good.
No, please. Please take my letter. Extra letter. I think it's too heavy for me.
Any way to win this that includes the king marching up to the 5th rank and sacrificing a rook? I'm not trusting that, Dina.
I know you are not. I'm just having fun here with the engine. I was actually worried for this one for a moment. Because it's only a question of one tempo. We need to block this. I mean, this is, man, here you need to be precise. Like, this. Oh god. I don't want to see this. You know what they say? A rook with a pawn on the 7th is stronger than a queen.
Yeah, I don't like this. Why did we end up in this?
Well, because you asked for F5 and F6. That was winning, but okay, we don't want to know how, right? Maybe you just... No?
Does Hammer need a break? Yes, he does. But preferably after the win is secured. I've never actually coached someone to success before. You guys need to realize. Okay, to be fair, I did work with Magnus. I did win a world championship. But I'm not sure how much of that credit I can take myself. I was given very good cards. It's like being dealt aces in every hand. Can you be really happy with that?
Just to make it straight, did you just call Alexandra as your student for the last 10 years a 2? And for the first time, she got a flash, and you are now...
I have no idea what you're saying, Dina.
I mean, you say you don't know how to deal with success. So you're basically saying that all these years you've been coaching Alexandra, this is the first time you see her winning, and you don't know how to deal with that.
No, I'm not saying I don't know how to deal with that. I'm saying I would be happy for that moment to last just a little bit longer.
Okay, that's a beautiful one. No, actually, on the serious note, Alexandra is oh my god, Alexandra is on fire here. I mean, if she continues like that, I might need to change my Twitter handle. And for the record, I still would love to do that, but I just want to make sure that it's legit. But I love that. Alexandra did make a move, which is...
It did not take the pawn.
She played rook to
Played rook
d3.
d3.
Yeah.
Are we liking that move?
It's fine.
Computer doesn't like it. It's allowing a check with a double attack.
Let's see that. I guess there's a knight of...
You can go queen f7.
I just want to see what's happening here. Oh yeah, this is the only move, knight g3.
Yeah, this is not okay. Yeah, let's get away from this. Queen f7 protects the king, protects the pawn. That should be fine. And then pawn to f5, we're also nervous about. But then knight to g3. Knight to g3 is a good move. So we're preventing pawn to f5. Yes, this is good. This is good. Okay. Coaching the girls is way harder than being a world championship helper. Yeah. No. Well, maybe it would be harder to be a world championship helper if you're not working for Magnus. But when you're working for Magnus, it's kind of a breeze.
And we got a raid from Fiona. Welcome, Fiona. Hope you had a fantastic stream. We're here rooting for Alexandra, watching her establish the dominance in the tournament. Alexandra right now is on the perfect score. This so far has been her most dubious game, but yet again, she struck back, and we are experiencing a conversion technique from Alexandra. Will she be able to convert her advantage? She's focused like never before. She's confident she will be able to do this.
And if she wins, she will be the only player in this tournament to have won their first 5 games. She will have a half a point lead to the second placed player.
Andrea, in the meantime, has secured another point by giving the lesson to her opponent and everybody here, including both commentators, how to play rook endgames. Andrea's rook endgames have reached the grandmaster level, and she also showed a lot of stamina, because even though she got unlucky and blundered earlier in the morning, it didn't break her apart, and she continued to believe in the rook endgames and won another impressive one. Queen to b7 happened on the board. Is Alexandra for the first time ever gonna trade the queens?
Queen trade with 2 pawns up. That is, I'm pretty confident she's going to do that.
Come on, Alexandra. It is time you learn from Andrea on how to take them to the end game. And there she goes. She does it. Queen to f7 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Nicely done. Nicely done. Hammer, do you know this grandmaster Dmitry Komarov?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard his commentary?
Of course I have.
Do you see where my inspiration is coming from?
Well, I mean, you sound nothing like him, I can assure you.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
So if he goes for the queen trade now and tries to trade as many pawns as possible, Alexandra can just go pawn to g5 and thereby secure herself the f5 square for her knight. This is easy. Super easy.
Yeah.
So in order not to make it easy for Alexandra, he's going to have to go queen b6. He needs to defend this pawn.
Okay, how about we do blockade knight g3 to f5.
Well,
showing.
if knight g3, then rook c1, and suddenly white is attacking with more pieces.
Here we need
but
to.
then we have queen takes f4.
Yeah, but this is true, Hammer. We gotta kind of, that one of those moments we need to close our eyes and do it. Because it looks scary, but okay. There is no danger.
He's gonna go king h6 here, though. She's
Yeah.
not gonna take.
Yeah, this is equally good. This is equally good.
You
It's
sure?
even better. Yeah, it's even better. It's the first line. It is the first line.
Queen protects. We just take. We go here, maybe? Knight here looks good. Attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, going for the queen trade. Rook has to go back. Then we take the pawn. Oh, that was wrong. Somehow.
You know why? Because you need to always blockade. Blockade. Outpost. Isolated pawn on f4, outpost.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I like how you agreed with some randomly squeezed in strategy of the early middle game into the end game. But hey, always works strategy. Once
Alexander's down to 4 minutes, so he's gonna have to make some quick decisions here now. But Alexandra, for the love of everything, no more rushing the moves when you're winning. Take your time. He's under 4 minutes. No rushing the moves. Okay, he goes queen to b8. Now Alexandra can just capture the pawn. No problem. Just take the pawn. And then if f5... Damn, this is kind of scary. Dina.
Oh god. Verbalus. Oh yeah, this is scary. Don't take the pawn. No, Hama. Knight g3. No. Oh god, this is also. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know. Oh boy. Hey, I don't like that. Can we do
Just take
this?
the pawn. Just take the pawn.
Hey, let's do this. No, but take the pawn f5.
Yeah, it's
you
a
gonna
bit
do?
scary. It's a bit scary.
You don't. Your only moves are literally unfoundable. Queen e7. This is losing. Queen e7, rook d2. You're not gonna find this. No, Alexandra,
Rook d2 was
strategy.
going to be my suggestion.
No strategy. Let's go knight to g3. Okay, it was gonna
You
be your
already
suggestion.
said this was losing.
Why this is not losing.
What do you
Oh, it is
mean?
losing. Oh, sorry. My bad. Okay, she took the pawn. Okay, you're good. Now after f5, she needs to find the
Rook d2.
precise rook d2. Why is it so good, Hammer?
Because if pawn takes, then now we can go queen takes rook, and the queen cannot be captured due to the rook pointing in towards the white king.
I absolutely missed that. And Alexandra did not and will not. Beautiful. Yeah, a little tactical trick, but Alexandra has proven us that she sees all the tactics. And here it's important to know that we can take the pawn with the king, because had we done this, I mean, actually still works, even if we blunder. Yeah, no, everything works here. Okay, so one trick, f5, rook d2. And
one move away from the win. Alexandra has 11 minutes and 50 seconds to figure it out. And she's also going to spend some time here to think on her opponent's move. He plays queen b2 instead. He plays queen b2 instead. And that makes the situation so much easier for Alexandra. Alexandra just needs to go queen f6 to keep the rook protected. And she's done so. And now pawn to f5 is no longer scary because of check. No.
because of
we can
everything.
just take. We can just take.
Yeah, because
Worst
of anything.
case, we just take it.
Yeah, but she's gonna check, right? She's gonna check because knight g3 is coming. Like even queen e5 and then
I don't know.
G1.
He played rook a1.
Yeah.
So he's going for the
queen
attack.
f4.
No, but
Oh,
queen
boy.
f4 you should not play because then you're still pinned. You should go king h6 here. King h6, get the king out of this diagonal, and you're still threatening to take here with the queen afterwards.
Right, but actually everything works here, Hammer. I will disappoint you, but any move that Black does is completely winning. +5, knight f4, queen f4, king h6, whatever, rook d3, the worst. Queen f4 is the main line. The reason for that works is that you have bunch of checks. You have checks with a knight to g3.
Yeah, no,
I'm
sorry. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Every move. Impossible to blunder. Dina guarantee.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is that kind of situation when you are getting forced into doing the correct decision no matter what, even if you don't see it. And this is the beauty of chess. We have seen many moments so many times. Up, and she's done it. She has taken on f4.
I don't like that. I hate that. Why are we not going king h6?
Man,
why do we still have this rook?
What are you gonna do? I'm gonna promote to a new queen. All right. Thank you. Give me your grandmaster title, please, right now.
Okay, you got that one. Yeah,
Man,
okay,
I never
this
felt
is
so
fine.
powerful before.
This is fine. E3 is good.
conversation with
E3 is
Hammer.
good.
Well, anything, Hammer. Even go back. Like anything. It's just all you want is to blunder. I don't know why you love blundering so much, but that's okay. That's okay. Like
Queen e3 is queen e3 okay? She did queen e3.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Protecting and checking, and then she does her favorite king h6.
Yeah, king h6.
All right. This is guaranteed. I predict the result. I foresee the future. Alexandra Botez is winning this game once and for all. Congratulations to Alexandra. GG's. That is a victory. Alexandra's going home with 5 out of 5.
It's a good start to the tournament, but we're only halfway there.
Well, we have officially crossed the equator. And also, by the way, big shout out to Sardinia Chess Festival and Alexandra Chess, who has just raided us with a huge raid. Alexandra Chess was doing the official commentary of the tournament. You know what it means, right, Hammer? It means that Alexandra is one of the last players to be playing in the playing hall right now, which is very impressive because it means she has been fighting and she should have. She's playing on the board 1 after all.
And she played King H6, Dina.
Well, yeah,
I am now happy to say this is a done deal. Alexandra is the only player with 5 points out of 5. The ugly wall has done it again. But let's not call her that during the interviews, please, and thank you.
You are getting me into trouble.
Yeah,
You don't have to pronounce that.
It felt right in the moment.
Come on. I wasn't even thinking about Alexandra in that description. I was just focusing on Andrea and making the most effective explanation. I didn't even mean Alexandra. I just meant the opponent's pieces.
Yeah.
Did she win, Mama Botes is asking us. Not yet, Mama, but she's officially trading the queens. Oh my god, that's a clear masterpiece here by Alexandra. She's showing that she knows how to convert. With 3 pawns extra on the board, Alexandra Botes is going into the endgame. She has taught that. She has learned that from her youngest sister, Andrea. Take them to the end game.
And it helps being 3 pawns up.
Also true.
People used to always say, "Oh, Magnus is so amazing at the end games," and I kind of like my comment to that. I said, "Well, it helps being up a pawn in every end game you play."
That's true. That's true. But for Andrea, she doesn't need to be up pawns to outplay them in the end game, right, chat? All right. Are we gonna see the resignation soon?
I'm gonna put the video front and center on my screen.
Okay, Hammer, how are you gonna okay, I am looking forward for the interview. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't think on one side what are we complaining about, right? We should just praise everything. On the other side, it's a question how much
this B6 move is getting some, and the F6 move. There's a couple of pawn moves where I have some aggression.
Yeah, what about rook to B7, Hammer?
I'm fine with that.
What about rook to A7? You're fine with the rook.
I'm fine with that as well, yeah.
Okay, just making sure we got that clear. And the knight on B8.
Maybe C takes B5. C takes B5 I also wasn't a huge fan of.
And what about yeah, and what about D? What was it? I think leaving the D5 pawn. Yeah, just allowing C takes D5, E takes D5.
Yeah, that was C takes B5.
What about what about the knight on B8? Were you proud of that?
I think that's your domain.
Right, chat. Whatever we say right now.
I'll teach her about pawn structures, and you teach her about development.
Deal. 12,000 people are watching Alexandra Botes crushing the tournament with 5 out of 5 on Twitch. And yet another peak moment for YouTube. We've got almost 7,000 people watching us. Let us remind that we are also live on Instagram. I'm actually curious if we're live on Twitter. After yesterday's experience. And we are live on Twitter as well. 14,000 people, 15,000 people already. Don't say anything, Hammer. This is the absolute pride we are taking home for the family with double win in today's tournament. And I am so confident I'm not gonna be jinxing anything here because this position is unjinxable.
Alexandra should just keep moving her king forward. The king can be a valuable attacker towards the end of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Our moderator Seth suggesting that we should spend first 5 minutes into praising and then critics. You know what? I think I've made up my mind. I think it is not your position, your meaning like my position to give any negative feedback unless your student asks what did I do wrong or what were my mistakes. So I'm gonna
I disagree with that assessment, and as the coach, I will do what I believe is most fitting for my student. Thank you.
Well, that's actually great, Hammer. I am so happy you say that because I really want you to take all the blame today.
That's fine.
Because there is a lot of talk. I mean, honestly, this stays between us. But so far, this has been the worst game by Alexandra at this tournament. Now, being objective...
I mean, but that's because she's only played good games. Like,
yes.
This has not been a bad game.
Yeah, and also a certain part of this game has been the worst, right? The certain part. But then she resurrected herself. So there were also great moments. Obviously, she deserved the win because she cooked her opponent. She overcame her opponent. She was stronger. But just because the opponent played even worse doesn't give you the credit fully for the mistakes that you've made.
Okay, now it's important Alexandra sacrifice her pawn on h7. We don't care about this one. Give the check and then move the rook away. Allow the white rook to capture the black pawn, and then you come in with the king and the checkmate. This is the key.
Agreed. Here it's time to do some charity, Alexandra. Another giveaway, this time not by Ruffle or Coinbase, but
she plays e3. I don't like that. That is not a good move. Her pawn is now blocking her king's entry.
Oh, something happened. Here is...
She's asking for more score sheets.
Oh, wait, I know this guy. That's a French arbiter. I know this guy.
I do not like this move from Alexandra.
Yeah, strategically it's bad, chat, because this is simple explanation. See this bishop out here? It's on the light squares. So whenever you keep your pass pawns on the same square as the bishop, you restrain them. Whenever you push them on the dark squares, you open new light squares for the bishop. So that's why also. But I mean, the cushion here is so big that, man, you don't want to know what plus it is right now.
Well, she's not going to go rook d2. She's going to go either knight b g3 or rook to b4.
Yeah.
But if rook to b4, then bishop d3, and this brings up the point you made, Dina, right? That if this pawn had been further back, she would have prevented this from happening.
Yeah. I mean, she
now
gets
she
away
kind of
with it.
needs to reorganize because she needs to have her knight come into the f4 square, which is slightly inconvenient. I don't know. I think e3 kind of makes a mess of this. It was quite unnecessary.
True.
I guess she can just go, no. Yeah, no, she's making a mess, Dina. She's making... Now she's not protecting. She's losing this pawn. She's losing this pawn. Why are you caring about this guy when this one is more important? Oh, this is big joke. There's no way for her to defend this pawn, right? E3 was so bad. Oh, rook
Here.
f4. Rook f4 is good. Okay, rook f4 is good. That's a nice one, Dina.
You're welcome. Okay, listen, chat. It all comes down to basics. Why would Hammer never consider E3 even as a candidate? Why Hammer would never see E3 in his he would never even think of E3? Because in his mind, whenever you play endgame, you always bring king first and then the pawn, right? Also because in Hammer's mind, whenever you play against the bishop, you always put the pawns on the same color to restrain the bishop. That takes how much? 1 second it takes to make the decision. That's why Hammer is a grandmaster. It's because of the strategical pattern recognition. Is that a complicated thing to master? No. All it requires you, Chad, is to listen.
She just needs to find rook f4 now. Rook f4, and that's... Oh no. Dina, computer is saying it's a draw now.
No, it's not a draw. Don't panic. It's just a...
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I went wrong with the... I messed up what the moves were.
No, you were there. It's king here.
Okay, here, yeah, I'm here. Okay.
She needs to find rook f4 only move, but she'll find it.
Rook f4.
Why is it only move? Why does this not work? Because
Just no light square control.
oh yeah.
I guess it works, but it's just very
I mean, man,
inconvenient.
listen, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? You gonna call me a job gambit after that?
She's going for the rook. Rook f4. Rook f4. She found it.
Great.
Let's go. Okay, we celebrated this win a couple of times. That's because Alexander is making us somewhat nervous over and over. But rook f4, that's a great move. Very, very, very good move. Because now the rook is pointing at the bishop. The bishop needs to stay protected. And the king is unable to capture the black pawn because the king has to stay with the bishop.
Man.
Okay. We're fine. We're fine. I said we're fine earlier, but now we're fine, properly fine.
She's creating content, chat says.
Okay, and the guy doesn't have a lot of time. 2.5 minutes. Alexandra still has 9 minutes.
I can't believe I spent 10 hours today of my night here, but 3.5 out of 4, it was worth it.
The king backs up, and now Alexandra can just go d4. And the pawns are protecting each other. The rook is protecting this guy. The king is protecting this one. And then the rook is protecting this one. And this one is protecting this one. And that one is protecting, like, everything's protected. We're fine. It's all working together.
Check. Oh, wait a second. How did that check happen? Ah, right. It's because of the e3 pawn push. Got it. Should you not push the pawns? Of course you should. But you're gonna...
No, not here. Here you should have gone for the checkmate.
Yeah. I was gonna make a point that you just should push the other one.
Yeah, because then you retain the control of the light squares.
Yeah. Basically, just imagine this pawns on d3 and e4 instead of e3 and d4. Okay.
You should resign already? Are you kidding me? He came kind of close to saving that.
Yeah.
You guys have no idea how chess works. Chess is a lot more difficult than you make it out to be.
Good, Hammer. Good. put them on where they belong. Show them, let them know the truth about themselves.
Now we just go after this one with the king. Yeah, this rook is protecting everything. The rook is protecting the knight and the pawn. The pawn is protecting the other pawn. The knight is protecting this other pawn. And then we have a third pawn protecting. Everything's protected. We're good. We're good. We're Gucci.
Never resign, chat. Your opponent can always make a mistake. You are there to fight. Chess is a war. We do not resign, especially on your level, because the chance of a stalemate is just as high as the chance of actually winning or losing the game. It doesn't matter that he has no chance. You don't know what's gonna happen. Alexandra can just, anything can happen. Dude, they have been playing chess for 10 hours today. She can just put the rook on the square that bishop is controlling and not even see that. Even though, in that case, she would still have chances, but yeah.
Also, people have literally died playing chess.
Oh, come on.
No, it's true. I mean,
I can't believe you were the one saying this and not me. God.
I remember when the chess Olympiad was in Norway. This one guy, he died in the middle of the playing hole. The chess Olympiad is like a really big tournament. There's tons of participants, like 8 players from every country. And this guy just fell. Well, he got a heart attack and died. Well, I'm not sure he died immediately, but
He did die
like,
immediately.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. This is bad, Hammer. This is bad.
No, I think that's the reality of life.
Yes.
Anything can happen at any point. Don't take a second for granted.
Yeah. Never resign. That was an example to explain you why you should never resign.
Somewhat morbid, perhaps, but sometimes chat really needs the most extreme examples to fully understand. Yeah, I'm not recommending that you stab your opponent. Thank you. I should have known that's where chat would have gone with that.
It's not that. It's just you're supposed to show sympathy, you know?
No, but I really do think I can be sympathetic to the guy and still mention that it happened.
Right. Okay, chat. Let's focus on the positive. Alexandra's winning. Andrea has just won. Alexandra is leading the tournament 5 out of 5. Life is the bed of roses. It's official.
Not a huge fan of G5, but okay. I guess she's going H5 next. Oh, she already put the king to G3. When did that happen?
Nice. We like
You get the moves right. King e7. King up, bishop, king in. Wait. Look back.
Okay, chat. I'm not looking. I cannot.
At what point does why can't Alexandra just go knight e4
Cannot look at
and then just take the bishop? Like, we're making this a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
Right. But just because she wants to prove the world that she's Petrosian in the skirt. This expression exists. My coach would call me like that. Petrosian in the
If she
skirt.
wants to be sneaky, she can go h6, make him work for the pawn, then go knight e4, and then do the same.
Man, this is strong.
Okay, now I'm nervous again, Dina. She's got 6 minutes left, and she's spending a lot of that time, and suddenly she's having undefended pawns. One of the things I liked about her position was the fact that everything was defended.
Do you wanna have fun? I'll show you fun.
Oh God, Dina. That's not okay.
Got him. Checkmate on the board. No, actually, I think there's a better way to execute it because no one's gonna play h5.
h6, rook g6 on the board.
Okay. Saved. Chat. Saved.
And now she's actually losing the pawn. Dina, she has no way of defending the pawn. But on the other hand, I did want her to play this because I wanted knight e4.
You know,
Can we
chat,
take
like,
now and then go knight e4?
she's not gonna sacrifice.
This is also winning, but
you know, Hammer, there's
unnecessary.
this rule. Don't sacrifice when you don't have to.
Well, if she can't see a way through, she's gonna have to sacrifice. And you know why she has to sacrifice?
Oh yeah, because she played d3.
She played e3, and now she has no light squared control. And in order to regain control of, in particular, the d3 square, which she completely abolished by pushing that pawn forward, she may have to give up her rook against the bishop to help the pawns proceed further forward.
I mean, honestly, Hammer, I am having so much fun here co-hosting this show with you because you tell everything that you say, everything that I want to say, and then you are the one to be taking the blame for. Wait, what did I just say?
Happy to help you out, Dina.
Yeah. It's so great that you're always ready to throw yourself under the bus for the things that I want to say.
She can even take the bishop now and then go knight h5. And the rook here, you just go knight here. And check, and you have knight g2 next move, and you get a new queen. Like, any move involving rook takes bishop is winning.
Yeah.
Okay, and Dina, instead, she has chosen to blunder her pawn.
Yeah.
For no good reason.
Of course. She's going to f3, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it also works. I guess. I don't know. Probably also working. The cushion, chat. She's got the cushion.
And she's going to g1, I guess. I'm not a fan of this. Okay, now she's threatening rook takes. But white can go rook here.
But Hammer, if you're such a positional player like you present yourself,
Because I
in
can
your
calculate, Dina.
commentary-
It's not that complicated. Like, rook goes somewhere. Rook h5, takes, d3. This is not super complicated to calculate.
Rook g8, drawn
Okay.
game.
Yeah.
Drawn
okay.
game.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I executed it a bit poorly.
No, here you got a checkmate in 7, actually. But you gotta be precise. Takes, king f3. Don't ask me why. And e2.
Yeah, and then check. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, listen. Here is the thing. I actually was not going to this direction. I was gonna deviate. If you're such a positional player that you claim yourself, was judging by your commentary, how come you spend so much time and importance to the working with the engine in the opening? It doesn't. Okay, that sounds stupid, right? But I have an impression that you give too much credit to the engine when preparing the openings. But prove me wrong.
What do I need to prove? I'm literally one of the best in the world at using the engine. Why is she not sacrificing her rook and then promoting her pawns? Oh, this is frustrating me very much, Dina. She could have just taken on f1 and then gotten the pawns through. Instead, she's given this check, and now her knight is blocking her own rook.
Don't yell at me. She's your student, not mine. I can only take the responsibility for Andrea's mistakes.
Okay, now she can go king here. Why are we not going king there? Oh, she's taking this pawn. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
The cushion. Heard of this?
Yeah.
Complete chaos. Welcome to the BotezLive.
Well, the good thing is that now when she takes the pawn on h3, she's also moving the knight to f2, where it will control some important light squares. But yeah, this is not the Russian school of endgame technique from Alexandra here. But as long as it gets the job done, it's okay. What move are we on? Gosh, we're on move 75.
It's fine. Risk-free position. I mean, if she blunders one more pawn, then yeah, that's still gonna be winning. She needs to blunder 2 pawns so the game is thrown, or the checkmate in 1 like I showed you before. Who is on 30 seconds? Is it... I heard that the clock was reversed, but I don't remember if that's still the true or
Becker
not.
has 20 seconds. Alexandra has 6 minutes 20.
Okay, good. Unjinxable, exactly. And on that note, we are crossing 13,000 people who are watching us live right now. Straight to...
Oh, and he's allowing the trade. He's allowing the trade. Thank God.
Thank you, Lord. 7,000 people watching us live on YouTube. We are also live on Instagram and X. And Alexandra
Knight
is
comes
trading.
in. Check on the king. King moves up. Take the damn bishop. Please. Yes, bishop has been captured. And now we don't even care about these pawns. Just have this one guide us home. clear path with the king close by.
Alexandra looks confident. She's looking at her opponent thinking, bro, aren't you
She's gonna go
resign
king
now?
here, and then it's free path for the pawn. King f2 has been played, threatening pawn to e2. Her opponent will go rook to e6. No, he will resign. Alexandra is the only player with 5 points out of 5 in the B group of this Sardinia chess festival. She has the lead as we reach the halfway point in the tournament.
Congratulations to Alexandra. A very interesting game that we have seen today. Perhaps one of the most interesting games so far. But hey, we take it. We are leading the tournament with 5 out of 5. And this is a 3.5 out of 4 for the Botez family on today. An amazing day for the double round, considering how tiring and stressful it is. And you know, chat, what that means. That means that we are heading to the 5-minute countdown of our giveaway. We are gonna give away $2,500 in cryptocurrency today to 4 winners. Use your chance now before it's too late. Use the command raffle and Coinbase in chat. But that's not all. You also need to fill in the Google Doc and put the exact same email address that you used to sign up on Coinbase and to claim your $20 off by using the code BOTEZ20. Coinbase is the sponsor of our event. Once you submit it, you are enrolled for the whole tournament party, the whole 8 days. If you already submitted that before, you do not have to do it twice. You are good. 4 minutes only in the countdown, and right after that, we're gonna have the sisters joining us for the interview. I am so excited. I don't know what I'm excited for the most, the winners of our giveaway or for Hammer giving Alexandra the breakdown of her game. But I am excited, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be hangry for the interview, Dina. So if you'll allow me 2 minutes to just get something to eat.
Of course, be my guest. 3 minutes, we got you. Go get out of here before it's too late. Listen, guys. It has been a hell of emotion day today. I don't even. That's it. I crashed. Yeah, I don't even believe that I'm still here, but hey, we take it. What an exciting day. I'm just curious. What happened, Mama Botez? Your daughters have guaranteed 2 wins for tonight. We got 3.5 out of 4 for today. You should be proud. A proud mother such as you are. You should be expecting your daughters join the commentary soon. Amazing day at the office, amazing result. Who would have thought we survived the double round with grace? And we are rolling on. We're rolling the dice here. Alexandra promised she would get 9 out of 9, and she's about to execute that. What else can I say? Who has been here with us throughout the whole journey from the American coast? I need to know if I have some people who would show me sympathy and experience the same thing that I have experienced. Who has been here for the last 10 hours today? Show me your face. I want to see you. The girls joining. The girls are joining right after the end of the giveaway. This is a truly insane day at the office. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. These points tonight were bought or thought in a severe in a severe battle. We got 2 insane wins for the house tonight. Very emotional, very unpredictable, very hard one to watch, but hey, this makes it even more enjoyable. 1 minute only left for the countdown. Are we gonna see the winners? Yes, we are. Hurry up, participate in the giveaway before it's too late. 4 winners are gonna get $2,500. $2,500 today. I am assembling my thoughts. Hammer is back on track. So does he. My guess we're gonna see both sisters on this stream. Make sure you get your popcorn ready for that one. I am such a drama queen. 10 seconds left. Yes, my friend.
I was gonna say, what did you do?
Oh no, I'm just emphasizing. 5 seconds for the giveaway. 3, 2, 1. And the winners are Matt Yee, the MN Hoke1, Elan Garcia Soto, and SP666 Co PE. Congratulations, guys. You are the winners of the giveaway number 5 for today. You are gonna be contacted via the email address that you have used signing up. Congratulations to you. And on that note, we are ready to welcome the sisters for the champions interview. Our champions are about to join us. Are we ready to welcome them? I am ready. What about you, Hammer?
Now I am, Dina. Now I am.
The champions are here. Champions are here. Where are my champions? Those are champions.
We don't have them.
That's okay. We have the points. That's the most important.
That it really is.
Yeah.
And Alexandra's probably gonna have the white pieces tomorrow, since she
Right.
was black today.
Wait, Hammer, now that we have this moment, this little moment, are you saying you are the best in the world in using the engine? That's what you were saying?
No, I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm saying I'm one of the best.
You're one of the best. Yeah, that's just so okay. It's basically the same. You're one of the best in using the engine. Okay, Hammer, but you are a strategical player, right?
Top 200 in the world, yeah.
Wow. So how do you keep up with this balance? This is actually I'm asking for myself. How do you, I mean for a friend, how do you keep up with this balance between when using the engine and when like being precise calculation, but yet prioritizing the strategy?
Instinct? I mean, you working with the engines, you develop an instinct for what you're happy with and what you're not happy with, and you also like there are certain things the engine likes, but that you may feel like this is not for me or this is not my style. And there's certain kind of if you see a trend in the engine, then you can try and investigate that trend. That maybe even if the engine says something is good for black, but the advantage keeps getting smaller and smaller, then maybe you investigate that closer. And it might not be that good for black, because the more the computer is thinking, the more it realizes that black is not, in fact, better.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Oh, apparently dinner closes in 10 minutes, and we're not gonna get Andrea and Alexandra.
Andrea,
Because they're
we'd
busy
love
with the
to show
dinner.
you. We'd love to show you. You're the winner. Join us with food. That would be amazing. I mean, Andrea is the Dvoretsky today. The Dvoretsky, Mandrea Dvoret.
It's 9:20 p.m. though, Dina. The
Yeah,
girls gotta eat.
true. But they're champions. Love to. I mean, honestly, I just would love to tell Andrea how great she is, but probably she knows that already, so she doesn't need to hear that.
This is Becker's fault. He should have resigned hours ago. Or Alexandra could have played one of her winning moves 2 hours ago to have saved us some. Yeah, okay.
Champions have to give to the fans. Champion. All right. So that is interesting. The food is been taken over, but yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, congratulations regardless. Amazing games. Amazing
GGs.
games. Congratulations. Amazing games to be today.
The girls are prioritizing their food, and frankly, as the Alexandra's coach, I am very approving of this. We need the energy for tomorrow, Alexandra. I call.
Yeah, well, Alexandra is ready to call. If Alexandra wants to join, I'm happy to wait. But
Okay.
you Hammer
Yeah.
can go and grab the food in the meantime. Depends on what you guys want to do the most. Yeah, but
Alexandra wants us to chit chat for 5 minutes while she gets her food, and then she'll talk while eating.
yeah,
Are we
that's
capable
fine.
of chit chatting for 5 minutes, Dina?
Oh, absolutely,
What's the
absolutely.
weather like in Charlotte?
It's way too hot. It's way too hot. It's like we're yet in April, but it's already okay. Like today, it's cold. It's like 25. But yeah,
25?
but yesterday was like I mean, it's usually already like 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not great.
Yeah. In the summer it gets a bit too hot, but there is air conditioner here because there we go. Hello, champion.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I made a little blunder in the opening. Alex is just grabbing food now. I can't see chat, but Alex will bring chat. I'm eating some chicken and some potato.
But you made it work regardless. You kept yourself composed. You showed a lot of stamina. And that was amazing.
The blunder was ridiculous, but honestly, I feel like this is more Alex's moment, and I'm just sitting here eating my potatoes and chicken. So, but she'll probably take a couple minutes to join. But I'm just here for the ride. But we should really be celebrating Alex's win instead. But
well, yeah, don't downgrade your fascinating rook technique, rook endgame technique. Like first game didn't work out, but your moves were all great, and so were the second game. I was surprised you went for the rook endgame. I thought you would have some frustration, but you showed that
I
a lot
was
of
very
maturity.
tilted. Yeah, no, I was I was really traumatized, and I didn't want to draw again. But yeah, and then he couldn't find the resign button at the end. He lagged IRL.
Well, yeah, no, that was great. You did the right thing.
Dinner is closing. I think they're closing the buffet in 5 minutes, and I want to get more chicken, and I don't really want to eat my chicken on stream. So it might be better if Alex and I just eat dinner, so that because we had a long 10 hours of chess today. But I just wanted to say hello to chat, even though I can't really read them. But we should be very proud of Alex's win. My game was nothing special, but I'm glad that at least if I lost to my sister and she wins first place, I'll forgive her. Dina's face. Why that face?
Well, because how can you so disregard your personal growth and the great quality of the end games that you were showing? Why are you downgrading your achievements? I hate this.
I don't know. I'm not really. I mean, I was so tilted after this morning. I wanted to drop out of the tournament and I didn't want to play anymore. And I had an existential crisis and just thought, why am I here if it's just to suffer? But then I won and I felt a little bit better. But I don't know. I was so frustrated. It's demotivating because they're so low rated, and I want to gain a lot of elo, and I really want to reach 1900. And then you make one mistake, and you play a perfect game, and you play 10 hours of chess, and I don't know. It wasn't exactly how I wanted, but
One move blunders will always happen, but it shouldn't smash all the perfect game that you played earlier today. You really need to focus on that. You're being way too perfectionist. Like literally you lost half a point unjustified, and you already like think that, oh, instead of winning 40 points, I only win 20 points. Like your chess is great here, and like you've proven so much. I mean, I tell that because we talked millions of hours on this, and for me personally,
yeah.
it's hurting when you don't see how much you improved.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if today's game, I mean, I guess the end games were okay. I can't even, I've been playing chess for so long that it all feels like a fever dream, and I don't know if I'm actually improving or if I'm just in a cycle of just endless suffering. I don't know anymore. But if you think I'm improving, then I'm happy. But
I am
I've
so
been
proud of you.
away from home playing chess for so long that I don't know anything anymore.
Yeah, no, go get some rest, but please don't downgrade the achievements. You like Hammer is here. He literally
Alex is
said that
here.
he was impressed. He like literally.
Okay, well, yeah. Are they closing the buffet now or later?
I don't know. It says it closes at 9:30, so I didn't take chances.
She loaded up because I want to get some lasagna. All right, say hi to chat and then we'll let you eat, Alex.
Okay.
Okay, here is Alex.
1 second.
I'm gonna put you on this. Yep. Blup, blup, blup. Yeah, I might get some lasagna before it's gone.
Hi guys, we did it. Dina, the banner is coming, Dina.
Oh God.
Be my guest, Alexandra. I am officially agreeing to make a bet. Whatever it takes to motivate you to win the tournaments, I'm ready to sacrifice my own Twitter profile.
I appreciate it, Dina. Thank you. You know, I really didn't think I was gonna pull off anything in that game. So the fact that what, Andrea?
I just want to make sure they don't take the lasagna.
The lasagna is delicious.
I know, but I don't think they're closing. I'm gonna keep my. Sorry, I'm very
Hammer,
focused on
say
the
it.
buffet.
Hammer, say what?
Uh-oh.
What is it, Hammer?
Hi, chat. I can finally read you guys now.
I don't know what they're talking about.
No, I know what they're talking about. No, okay, Alexandra, I'll be very nice and very honest. You deserve the win because you were much better in many moments of the game. But there were certain moments today in your game where both you and your opponent played really, really interesting. And like one day it's worth studying that because you could only improve from that. But you still deserve the win, and absolutely. But yeah, there were some things that were it's discussable. But other than that, you're sole leader and you're showing a great like dominance that you have been doing on and off the board.
All right. You know what? We'll take it. What was Hammer mad about?
I'm not mad about anything. You have 5 out of 5. You kind of stressed me out with your technique on how to win, but that's just me being nervous because I want you to win.
All right. Yes, we have 5 out of 5. Let's go, Andrea. Do you feel better now that you won?
No, but I'm happy for you.
Okay.
I still think this is a stupid, pointless game, and I don't know why we're doing it. And it's just an endless cycle of suffering, and nothing really matters. But I'm very happy that you're winning.
Well, guys, I'm very hungry. It's been a very long day. Thank you, Hammer. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, chat.
Thank you for the amazing games.
The optimism has died. Remember when I was an optimist? Also, Chad, I'm not gonna lie, the double round was just so rough. I think we played like 10 hours of chess today, and none of us got any sleep.
I took a nap.
Yeah, I got like a 15-minute nap, so I think I'm extra cranky because of the 2 games in one day. I don't know why they put us through this, but tomorrow will be much better. Alex will
What do
keep
you
up with
mean?
the win.
Oh, this was a great day. What do you mean?
I mean, you literally took 3.5 out of 4 for the family for the 10-hour of chess day.
Yeah, I just wish I didn't draw that kid. It's not his fault, but I really wanted to beat him. He looked very beatable. Wanted to beat the kid, but
Okay,
couldn't
Andrea,
beat
you'll
the
beat
kid.
kids tomorrow.
Yeah, but I wanted to beat that kid. He was extra annoying. But it wasn't his fault.
Okay,
so
guys.
annoying.
All I can think about is food. So, Andrea, do you have anything else to say?
No, I hope to God I don't get paired against another kid tomorrow. That's all. That's all, chat.
Andrea, whatever you're doing, keep believing in your endgame technique. Even if blunder happened, your technique is truly amazing. So just please remember that.
Thank you, Dina. All right, chat. Well, I'm gonna go get some lasagna before it's gone, and we will see you guys all tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Make
Bye,
sure to
Hammer. Bye,
sleep
Dina.
in. Good night.
Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Oh,
And
God.
they're gone.
Okay, I'm surprised, bro. You didn't say anything.
What do you mean?
You didn't say anything.
Yeah, but why are you saying all the negative stuff? I thought you agreed that you were gonna be positive.
But I was positive, was I not?
Well, with Andrea.
No, but I told Alexandra she played a great game and she deserved to win.
Lots of
over
interesting
20%.
moments you highlighted, and I don't know. I'll talk to her tomorrow after she gets some sleep. But talking about chess after 10 hours, it's just not the right timing.
Right.
Hammer failing as a motivational coach? No, you don't need to motivate her when she's on 5 out of 5. Then you smile and you nod and you're like, great, Alexandra. You're amazing, Alexandra. Let's go, Alexandra. It's super easy. But apparently I needed to take charge more before Dina started with her interesting moments.
Well, they were interesting. I didn't even use the negative word. I just did what you told me to do.
The
You
word
said-
interesting has been ruined by Kramnik. That's how it is.
Oh yeah, basically interesting means that I gave Alexandra an extra compliment because I suspected her being so good as if she was cheating, right? That's how we gotta get out of this.
Okay. We're tired, guys, but we'll still be here tomorrow. It's 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. European time. We'll be back. Dina will be here. I will be here. And Alexandra will be on board 1 as the only person with 5 out of 5 points.
Congratulations, we are heading to Chess Gamerin with the raid. And for those of you who are looking for some action, I'll be live later tonight in a couple of hours. So if you want some night stream, you can stick out. But otherwise, we're going to be back tomorrow on the normal time, 9 a.m. Eastern. Bye.
You don't need to sleep, Dina?
Who needs sleep?
Okay.
I'll
See you
tell you
tomorrow.
later. Yeah.